And so we are live. Good morning, everybody. We are live.
Good morning.
Uh, Good morning to everybody everywhere. My name is Pedro, and today we're going to be talking about inclusivity, global change, and the pandemics. And I will, I will start. I will start as the facilitator here. We're introducing the seed topic. This is my pen here, and this pen is my talking stick. And um, what can I say about this topic? I think one of the points that for me was very important in the pandemic was exactly the point of inclusivity, because although for many people and perhaps us here in this room, we had the privilege to be part of some part of the society that didn't suffer so much through the pandemic. I think the question of exclusivity is a question that really uh, was a very important one, because a lot of people that lost a lots of access to a lots of things, and especially the people that are already in conditions that were more precarious already. And I think this is this is it really exacerbated a lot of inequalities, and and with the inequalities, I think the whole question of exclusivity um, got a bit of it's gotten harder to include certain demographics, certain groups into the conversation or into society in many ways, because of the what happened in the pandemic. And I guess this is something that has been going through my mind a lot.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Paulo.
Would you like to start, Sardar?
Yeah, I think is there any? I don't know what's the format is, but yeah, I think.
So there is a talking stick. I put the talking stick here in the middle, and you can just, whoever wants to talk, just pick it up and then continue talking. And then if you finish talking, just put it back into the middle. That's
So
the
how we will do that then? I don't know.
I have I have this. It transform,
All
and
right.
then
Okay.
you can do
Okay.
that.
It
Okay.
can be any object. It's
All right.
like
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's the format. Now we understand it. Okay. I think the topics from us is the inclusivity, global change, and pandemic. So there are three distinct themes are part of the for our dialogue today. Um, when we say inclusivity, what do we mean by that? At what level? How inclusive we are in our workplace, in our community, in our decision making processes, in our politics, and in our economy, in digital exclusion and inclusion. So for instance, this dialogue enabling us because of our access to internet. There are many parts in the world where people don't have this luxury, or they are restricted, and they can't have this access. For instance, originally I'm from Kashmir, and we've been in the lockdown, virtual lockdown, since 5th of August 2019. So all the internet, telephone, and everything was disconnected by the government to, so you cannot communicate with anybody.
Mm.
Internet and connections, and it's been slightly restored recently after 1 years. So the whole population of 30 million people being virtually put under lockdown by a government legislation change in just 1 day, to control the whole population without any consultation, without any decision making, without any uh, reference to the people's assembly or local legislative assembly or anything like that. So you have that extreme at level, and the other level you have obviously in the populations living in the Western democracies, uh, not necessarily be part of the decision making processes, not necessarily mean being part of the political or economic uh, journey, are included in terms of the way the services are designed and delivered, to help them to access them inclusively or equally or equitably. So, so those are, I think, the domains in which we need to look at and focus. That okay, what do we mean by inclusivity, and where, and at what level?
Mhm.
Uh, the second part, obviously, we have in terms of the our discussion is the global change. So, as a buzzword, yes, there is a change. Change is a constant phenomenon. I know it happens in individual's life, your household, your neighborhood, your village, town, city, country, and then at global level.
Mhm.
But what are the drivers for the change? And what change, whether is a positive change or is a negative change? So which change we are talking about, and in what way that is global, and what way it is local?
Mhm.
And then our third part of our discussion today is the pandemics. So pandemics are there, and they always been there. Is it only the pandemic driven by the COVID, which hits our shores in the Western Europe? They were in, like in Africa, in many other parts of the countries. They are localized, they are small scale, they are at a country level or a continent level. They've been contained before, they've been effectively managed, and this one has not been managed so effectively, and the pandemic gone viral and worldwide. So, and what has led to that, how how we have responded to it at local level, at national level, and at international level. And now this vaccine politics of sharing, not sharing, and control, and all those things which coming into demand in even Europe, which is essentially the idea of Europe was where there will no borders. And now Europe is, the yesterday before yesterday, the president of the European Union Commission, I think, Ursula, she said that we may restrict our access to the vaccine export to UK, or other parts of the world, and whatever it is. So
Mhm.
this whole the phenomenon has changed the way the things occur, and relationships within communities, within people, within nations, and what impact it will have on us all as citizens of this world and
Mhm.
citizens of our own countries. Uh, in this 21st century, or the next decade, because it's not a one day thing. This will impact for next decade. And as an individual, and as a conscientious individuals of the societies and living in democracies, how can we actually understand all those facets of this challenge which
Mhm.
come to us? So
Mhm.
I think that's what I am thinking about on the topic and exploring further. Sorry about that one. I took longer time, but I thought uh, just what these three words of our topic mean for me.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Monica would like to continue.
Let me just say something. As we are talking about inclusivity, I would like to just include Anya, who's been here in the background, and she's been listening to us, but she came a little late. So let me just include her. She
Yeah.
was listening to us all, and I just didn't want to interrupt you, Sada.
Thank you. No worries. You're welcome.
Uh,
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hello. Nice bridging, Pedro. Thank you for including me. Um, yeah, so maybe I just quickly grab the stick and introduce myself. I'm Anja Henke I am German. I live in Portugal since a year. I have taken the step to move to Portugal and like throw myself into reforestation projects and community projects here. So kind of fulfilled or made my dream happen. I must say, thanks to the pandemic. So global change, I think, and maybe there I just throw something. Global change makes a lot possible. In German, we have a saying that's "Not mehr erfinderisch." When you're desperate, you become more creative. So despotism can be many things, and so in a way, it was really the next step for me. And I think I know of many others that have taken big steps in during the last year. So I want to bring a bit of a positive gift here to the table. A pandemic and a crisis like this is a great possibility. Of course, I don't want to underestimate what you just, Santa, after perhaps just said, and don't want to take away the problems, of course, that also come with it. But I think we have to just face them. We have to look at them and we have to turn them around again and again, because they were always there and now they're becoming very apparent. Yeah. So I'm ready to dialogue with you guys. I put the talking stick back into the center.
So maybe I take the talking stick for a while. I think we skipped the step of introducing ourselves, which is a little bit pity, because I thank you, Sadar, for this very nice and very complex introduction, to your idea of these three topics. I would really like to know who you are, what's your background, because it's quite a nice way to meet, online. And before pandemic, probably this would be much more special. Now it feels like another online conference or work conference that we have to do, but still, let us also get the personal part into it. So I just, as Anja did, I present myself. My name is Monica. I live in Prague after spending many years abroad. I used to work for a long time in cultural management. And after years spent in Germany, in Romania, I moved back and started working recently in regional development, meaning dealing with the issues of municipalities and cities in Czech Republic. And this is a very important and for me also a very good shift from the topics that I have seen from the cultural creative side now to the base of the practical issues, how do we deal with it? And now I would like to go back to the 3 points that Sardar mentioned, to the to the concretization that is needed to say what level of inclusivity are we talking about, because we can develop a talk that is from the global level, talking about the issues of Africa, to the really very basic communal level, of inclusivity of things that we have been used to it and now we are not included, and we might not meet at any of these levels. So it would be good to maybe in this 1 hour that we have, just to say what level or where can we start, because the general issues are just so many, and they are so overwhelming that I think it is much better to start sorry, and to take it step by step. Also, for the global change is going on for such a long time. So what I am very fascinated about is the recent changes and the lessons learned from the last year, to see towards the positive and also the negative change. Because I think there has been a big, again, a big shift from the understanding, of the global issues, of our impact on it. Also the access has changed dramatically. So basically, we can now join to OECD conferences if we want to. You know, this would not be possible for people before, but now if you are interested, you just get the link and you are there, and you hear the people that you maybe sometimes see on TV, but they are talking, and you can ask questions and you can take part in polls. And the same with the European Union. There are instruments how you can enter the discussions, you know, on the European level. So this is something that we need to consider and see what will be the impact of this change, you know, of this new access that we have gained. And yeah, this is why I moved directly to the point of pandemics, because of course the way how we dealt with it is very diverse. But I need to say we are not done yet, you know. So we have many ways and we are in a process. So we started in a way and we are now in a completely different position. You can see it very well in the case of Czech Republic. We started as a very kind of strict country that has a very good numbers, and now we are like everybody who you talk to just start the conversation with a joke, best in COVID, you know, Czech Republic best in COVID, as we are you know, always looking for something that we are best in. And now we are just sadly we are just, you know, best in the bad numbers. And you can see the process, how it has changed, how the solidarity has changed, you know, also the acceptance of the things. And this is directly linked to inclusivity, because some people are feeling more impact than others, and the solidarity towards this has decreased strongly. And I'm really asking myself, what are the issues for this? You know, is it only the political impact that we see this decrease on solidarity towards weaker people? And I would finish maybe with an idea that I would also like to throw in, and this is that we are talking about ethical concepts. We are talking about understanding of let's say philosophical issues, you know, but also we are included in an economical system and in an economical complex, and how this meets, you know, and where the crosses are, and what finally leads the decision making. You know, this is the issue that we have to be aware of, and we have to know what we need to strengthen. We need to either adjust the economical systems, or we need to focus more on the philosophical or ethical issues. And if we say so, how could we do it? Thank you. I passed her.
So I'll take this. Thank you, Monica. I'm just listening. I'm already having some emotional response. I think it's good because when you start with these big questions, I think it's always good to start from yourself. Especially last year, we couldn't really do much on even local or even national level because we were stuck inside. And I don't really think the online petitions and participation really matters because it's not physical in a sense. We cannot do protest and still believe in certain kind of materialism. You need to have person in a room to lobby for your interest in parliament or somewhere. You know, it's much more easy to dismiss something online. But still, I think those questions like solidarity, inclusivity, also have something to do with individual resources. Like how much can I support the others? For me, it was a very crucial question. Like I'm working in a municipality, I'm doing urban planning, so this is really like solving real problems, all these values, leftist, rightist, whatever, in reality. But it's a stable income. Luckily, right now, and I must say frankly, I don't have family and don't have children to take care because it's been hell for those who had to do this and had inappropriate housing or inappropriate public space or opportunities to go out. It's been a hell, especially coming for women and men, but many men also experience what does it mean, this maternity leave. So I think there might be an exercise of feminism or gender equality. We had to, I think this can be a positive move, but still, during first wave of pandemics in Slovakia, I had to support financially my sisters, like 12 or 13 years younger, because suddenly they lost their student jobs, they couldn't sustain, so I had to share my finances. Luckily, I had stable income, but many people couldn't. And I was thinking about those people, and you know, as it went longer and longer, and now it's 1 year, I go around the city and many shops are closed, many, like half of Gastro is going down, and the feeling I have is, right now, I feel ashamed to talk about inclusivity because I cannot support these people on individual level. I'm white privileged woman of great education, something la la la. How can I speak for those who are really really bad on this? This is personal thing. Of course, then you have to take the role because what can I do with my job? I'm working with participatory processes. I can give voices to people, even from these groups, and this is how I can help them. So it doesn't mean I have to be volunteer for Red Cross or help homeless people or share my money, but I'm looking for the ways how my role can be efficient in solving this. And this takes a lot of emotional burden from me. I can do this part and not to be a Mother Teresa for all the world. I think this is important because I need to endure. If I don't endure, it will be in danger. And this way I can go up to the national level. And our politicians went crazy. I mean, there is no rationality at all. I think there have been another exercise in Slovakia, like we couldn't really rely on state because we didn't have logical rules, steps. So it was a little bit like an exercise of resilience or anarchy. And we fell back into our family circles, networks, very informal relations. And I don't think this is really good for a growing civic society or trusting in the system. So we have to maybe face the question of what is the post-traumatic reaction to this? Can we really trust the system or like those politicians? I hope we can. So this is one thing. And after a year, I can honestly say I went into some kind of state of internal immigration because the politics were so crazy and I couldn't really influence them because these online tools were not really that efficient and they just went their own way. Then I said, okay, now I have to sustain myself and need to go into this. So I stopped listening to politics that I cannot influence. And somewhere at the back of my mind was there was, if I don't listen to it, it will not influence me, you know. It is, of course, false statement. But during communism or during war, this happens to people. They go into their own bubbles. And maybe just to finish this, I hope there is a way how we can get out of this and come back to public life again, to open our resources and participate much more efficient. And it won't be just the question of access, invitation, or internet. It will be also like internal. Do I want to be part of that? You know, like, do I have energy? Do I trust these people? Am I welcome? I don't know. This is just very personal what I'm saying, but I would be interested into listening your responses to this. Thank you.
So I guess I would just kind of well, firstly, thank you for sharing. I think I feel very close to all of you because even though my intro was I'm happy right now for myself. I'm here. I made a decision. I know of people that made decisions, whatever it was. I think they feel something about doing that. However, I do feel what you're saying about looking outside, right? So I look at my side, I look at, I'm here. And of course, if I look outside, something else is happening. And also, as you mentioned, Prague or Bratislava, where you are right now, I'm from, or I have an understanding what it means to from my parents and grandparents who lived in the east of Germany, what it means to go through such a drastic change. And somehow I had this conversation with them about that moment. We had this conversation sometime during this pandemic, of relying on, as you say, Milota, on your family circles, on your systems, on your connections. You start looking at your finances and you think about, okay, how can I share? How can I make others feel okay right now? Because there is no such a net to support. And I think even though it is unstabilizing in a way, that is really interesting for me. I would have never thought in my life I would experience something like that. I would have rather thought of very different change. I think we're all very surprised probably about how this panned out and for how long. So in a way, I would just like to say that I feel that, as I said before, people on so many levels are coming together since this pandemic. I think there was a huge push, especially in March and April last year, where everyone was like, whoa, what's going to happen? Probably all shops will close. We won't have any more food. The banks will crash. I mean, the biggest ideas were kind of in everyone's head. And so I think on that, not knowing, people really moved forward. And I felt that here in Portugal and in Germany and with other friend circles around the world, people really organized themselves locally, not just within family circles and friend circles, outside of that. So a lot of regional networks, food networks, alternative money networks have been created. I mean, here in Portugal, the buzzword is regeneration. So it's about moving beyond sustainability, really into a regenerative process. And it's for me, of what I hear, of what I see, of course, in my bubble, it's really taken on. I'm quite hopeful when I see this. It's still moving, hasn't stopped. It's moving since March and April last year, and it's March again, 2021. And so, just to give a gift that, as you say, Monica, it's not finished yet. So we'll have to work it. We really have to work it to make it happen in our own capacity. And it's a great strength that is offered to us in a way. If we have it, we can take it. It's almost, On that note, I pass back the talking stick.
Yeah, I think it's Pedro's turn. If you would like to say something, or okay, thank you. So I think thanks. It's really sharing those personal experiences and reflecting on our role as an individual, and then as the emotional response to many of those issues and the things which affect all of us is very important. As Milota, right? It says Milota.
Yeah.
You said yes. Uh, but then I'm in a similar role as a public servant, as Milota is. That okay? What should be the most effective way to respond me personally in my professional capacity? Because that's what many of the people who may not have that opportunity or power or capacity to do. So at one level, when you look at that, yes, this is my emotional response, that I go and volunteer and support individuals. But then, those who work within the public realm or public sector, delivering public services, are responsible for designing, development, and delivery of those services in such circumstances. That how can we reimagine because the reimagining of the way you deliver things is the creativity. And as Monica said, that she comes from the arts world, and that's where the creativity lies. And if and I draw my inspiration from that world. I participated in the Freiraum project. If you, I don't know whether you are aware of for last, from 2018 till 2000, last year it finished. It was a across Europe project, cultural project from the Goethe-Institut. So I led it in the England part of it, but then obviously I moved on. And Monica, you asked me that what you do. So in my day job, I'm an emergency planning officer. so I'm pretty much managing the pandemic response, and more specifically on death management. So for me was the challenge is that how can I ensure dignity in death and dignity of the people in their last journey once life extinct to the point when their bodies whether being buried or cremated. So in between that time, how can I keep the dignity of the deceased, not only the living, but the deceased, the dignity of the deceased. So you may have heard the challenges of the world and what happens when because of this pandemic, the people who lost their lives, and up to that point, and after catching the COVID, and then suffering, and then dying, and then what happened afterward. And many are there who would not be able to say final goodbyes to their loved ones. Those were very dear to them. They never able to participate in their, and it may not be a closure for them for life. So those are the, like the emotional aspect of the people. Sometimes you have to deal with it, and when you take that responsibility, you want to ensure that in that last journey where no loved one is there, if you are the public servant, you are for them there, and you create those memories for them so that there is a closure for them as well. So the life, as I said, that is part of our different roles. And how I see, as Anja, yes, Anja. I'm spelling right, Anja. Yes, sorry about that. Sometimes the pronunciation may not be right, so my apologies for that. So
That's
so
fine.
what? Yeah, so thank you. So what I'm trying to reflecting on that in a way, this opportunity, or for our topic today, is that at what level we are inclusive in our thought, inclusive in our heart, and inclusive in our action. And and then the creativity you bring to make change happen or manage the change happening. There's two different things. The change is not in your control, it's already happening. But how you manage that change, how you synchronize the systems where your leadership in practice create the opportunities for that change which is happening without your control. You can manage it and make it effective for a positive outcome for everybody, including yourself. Because if you're not part of the change, if you which is not in your control, it's happening anyway, but how can you be in a key role in that one? So that's why that as I said, that um, your thought in your mind, your heart, and your action, that's the key bit. And as a responsible citizens, whatever level we are, wherever we are, we need to be part of it. That's how the change become the global change. Because in your thought and in your hearts, you are inclusive, you are connected. Yes, on the ground, it may have different shapes, and that's what called diversity and adversity as well. And the diversity affect different people differently. And it is us who create the opportunity out of the adversity. There is despair. There is another path that you go on the despair. You go on, blame. you go on and see that the dispossession are being feeling helpless. So that is another, as I said, that mindset. But the other side is that, okay, in that situation, how can you change that mindset for something which you can create, you can be proud of, and you can be satisfied in your conscious that when the time came, when the challenge arise, you have given your intellectual, your professional competence, your abilities at best to make that change happen in your sphere of influence, in your sphere of area, and be part of that global change for good. And it could be like, and that's all we can do, because worst gonna happen, whatever is happening, that will always happen. But how can we create opportunity out of adversity? And that's what I always go for, and I look for, and that give me the satisfaction. Thank you. I'll pass back.
Monica, you want to say?
Yes, maybe I pick the stick here. Thank you for sharing with us, Adar. This is, I think your experience must be a very intense one. And I think it's very important that you share, that you stay connected and share what are you living through. There are so many points, that I marked and that I would like maybe to address, but just not to talk too long, and also give the floor to my to the other of us. You mentioned that there is a change that starts in our thoughts and hearts, and then it goes toward the action. I think this is a very nice, very understandable system, that we all kind of can agree on. But we have to consider that in all of these levels, there has been changes, also like on the personal level. Because when I just reflect what Milota said, on her helping her sisters, and this lack of trust that she feels, towards the decisions, or what you describe, what people had to go through who lost their family members, there must be a very strong trauma that will
Yeah,
go with that for the next years, and also this uncertainty, that people have experienced, also people around me, of course, people in my family also. I don't know, each of you, how you have kind of reconsidered your financial situation. It has been, at least in my case, I have seen it from a completely new perspective, in the last year. So this all will influence the change, and this is not something that we choose. This is something that we are part of. This is this really needs a lot of self-discipline to put it in the right place and say this is it, because otherwise you could be taken by fears. You could be taken by feelings that make you influence your actions. And it's, when I see the growing populism, when I see the growing, I would not say hate, but it's a very strong speech also on the side of some politicians, then I think just this is approaching the people that are going through a very hard time in a different way. They are much more accessible to this, um, and what is now the role to kind of make the change the way we would all agree that this is a good change,
Mhm.
and I think there is the work that needs to be done, and it's not just finding the right answers, but really doing the practical actions on the base, meaning um, meaning how to secure the people that are very, let's say, people with low income, people that had to spend a year in small dark flats, without garden, let's say people who have many children, and didn't have the access to the online schooling, or kids that did the online schooling without any help. All these other mm, like psychological issues, that has appeared. And I think we can talk about so many things, but there really is a need for a lot of action that is maybe just making this good change possible at all, because there is a lot of suffering, let's say new suffering connected to the pandemic that we need to kind of consider. And it's a social issue. We are back to the politics and economics. We are talking social issues and a very concrete help. So we need to find the right way how to connect the accessibility, the new online accessibility, and the real need for the personal attachment and personal addressing things, as Milota said, because there needs to be, I would say, a combination of both, and an impact on the policies that are making. And the last point, sorry for talking so long, but the last point I would like to make is that what we have experienced is there is a certain, I would not say discrepance, but maybe there are two levels of policies. One is the national one, and one is the communitarian, so the local one. What did the municipalities, the communities do for their people? And if you compare this, you see that there is a big difference. There are communities that managed everything really well from their own resources, and their people are much less harmed than people in, like, let's say, other places, maybe big places where there is it not so easy to manage this, so this is my question maybe to all of you, is one of the outcomes of the pandemic that the local approach will be much more stronger and will be also accepted like this, let's say maybe from the national level. So let's say our cities would have much more possibilities to help because they are much closer and know how to help and what to do. Thank you.
So I'll pass it. Thank you. I'm having a moment, and now it's after. Now we are almost done, and now the discussion is only starting. It's like always like PT. And I was taking so many notes. Like I want to address what you said about creativity. Of course, I think 5 of us, or people who are here, usually are the creative people working in this field. That's why we are maybe here. And this tiny fraction of population of people like us. And I don't want to be like judgmental or anything, but some people are really like doers, and some people are followers or things like that. So I think we always find the ways, and because we can find the ways, we have to maybe facilitate those ways to the others who maybe have less or more disadvantaged, conditions, or are not thinking this way. I mean, I think we should. Maybe the word is enabling. If we find a way, we should enable this. So, and I think communal level is great. Second thing I want to say, it's been like tough period, and lately I'm thinking about like I'm following those discussions online. And people really think about like leftists, rightists, and everybody is now talking about some values, And for me, I don't know if I'm stupid or what. I don't know what the values are because they are subjective and abstract. And the one word can be explained totally different by even 5 of us. So I'm thinking much of this is really abstract. But when we come to a communal level or like cities movement, municipal movement, you have to really solve the situation on behalf of everyone. You just cannot go to people and say, oh, because I'm not going to solve you because you are from the party that I don't like. No, you have to deal for the whole city. Which brings me to think, and I think this can be conclusion from this debate, what I should really manage. And I think I'm quite opinionated person. I'm very strict on my private level and here. But because I have to serve the others, I especially now, I feel I'm disciplining myself much more when everybody else is having opinions. And as the time goes by, people are more exhausted, everybody's more strict, and it's crazier. Everybody wants to say something online. And the more they want to say something, and it's really harsh, strong language, judgments, I don't want to read this. The more they want to talk, the less I want to talk. Because I feel I have to do something, action. Which brings me to this online participation and how people can connect together, or what we can do on everyday level. Let's mind our own language, because this is where the inclusivity happens, because everybody has a private life, but we connect online, we connect through media, we connect through something. I would just ask myself and everybody else, if you're talking about vaccine, please don't be judgmental. Don't do tokenism. Don't speak on behalf of those who just don't manipulate the language, because this is a really big damage you can do, or you can do a big change if you really focus on inclusive language, because this is what you can manage from your home on everyday life. And if we do this, then I think we can manage to stabilize ourselves. And once this is over, we can go back together. The last thing I want to say, I don't blame anybody if they're trying to survive best they can. I don't expect everybody to be publicly active, politically active or something. It's hard enough. So people should just endure, because it's really difficult for them. And those who can share, that's great, But it's just one thing, if we can control our language, that's a big thing. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really nice. I mean, this, of course, this hour goes very quick, especially when you open this box, and there's so many topics one just wants to go on. And I'm really thankful for these dialogues, because they bring such a wide perspective. And I must agree that with all of you, I think what I took away from all your insights was that the connection between thought, heart, action, and when it comes to thought, the language, because it goes from here via here to the heart and then in action, I would kind of, summarize that as absolutely, thank you for the reminder, a really important tool, let's say, something to really always remind oneself of, because these times are, as strong they come across, really fragile. It's true. I think trauma is a huge topic. Since, I would say, for the younger generation, Fridays for Future, since stepping out on the streets, since really being active, and now, I mean, it's, for them, I don't even know what the universe and the reality changes are. Can't even grasp their ability to do all of this for us, and for us in a way to follow. I think I feel like a follower of the youngers, and just trying to kind of cope with making places for them or with them and so on. Again, this reforestation project is focusing especially on the youth. And I think this is something, being active, watching out for ourselves, and being more, and that's maybe my last sentence, that's what I realized since the last year, also in this new project that I'm in. It's really about speaking in the we and not the I. And it's a huge challenge, and I'm very excited to get myself sometimes saying I, me, like, oh, we. It's brilliant. And it's a huge exercise for all of us. And staying in the we is a key. I pass on the talking stick. I'm really thankful. Thank you for all your insights. And
I think we have a tagline. We have a tagline. Staying in the we is the key. It's even rhyming, Take it away.
I just said it and thought, oh, let's have it.
That's it, yes. Yes, that's fantastic. I think I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm taking. Not sure how we will remain connected after this one. Is there any way that we can share our thoughts? Because I find it very empowering. Because you're not in isolation, and sometimes
Mhm.
I think this process create those synergies, um, and sharing of the perspectives help you to basically build better practice,
Mm.
uh, being feel empowered and being feel connected,
Mm.
and yeah. So I'm not sure about that one. Pedro, do you know anything about that? That how we can remain connected if we wish? So I would very much like to.
We'll make sure you do. I mean, we will come back to you and connect you all via email and so on.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
just from my perspective, I think I stayed very quiet because the conversation was in a very good flow, and I felt I was resonating with what you were all saying, so I didn't feel like I needed to add anything. That therefore I just was listening, which was very fascinating and interesting for me.
Thank you very much for this space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so shall we take a break? I think I have just another session right after this one. So
Yes, I think yeah. Usually, if anybody wants to have any closing words, you could just have them. But I think yes, we can move towards a closing for sure.
for me, although we are out from European Union, but not from the European continent. So keep in keep us in your hearts, and in your mind and your heart, and we will create opportunities for act together. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I would just take on this one more time, Sada. I lived in the UK for many years, and I have a strong, strong connection to England. I'd say England now because I want to say England, the motherland, because what really comes from that from this country is the idea of the glocal. So much has been born in England, and so much that influenced the continent, and it's from my personal experience, and of course what you just said. It's sad to see, and it's completely out of place at the moment due to everything. But I am hopeful that the great fighters of England, the great people of England and the UK and all their friends will turn it around to one way or another, whatever that means for the future. But I'm quite hopeful. And local means acting local and thinking global.
Yeah.
It was a term coined in Bristol, I believe, where the change movement and transition movements have started a long time ago. So, on that note, thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Hopefully,
Thank
we'll
you. Have a good
remain connected with each other. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for this
day.
opportunity.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
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 So far, I think everybody's microphone is working, which is a good first step. Uh,
Hello.
Tarjani, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hi.
Wonderful. So I'm just here to welcome you, and I will be on the background supporting you, making sure that the technical things are working. And I would like to welcome you. This dialogue is going to be about building inclusive practices, and it's going to be facilitated by Joe. And yes, this dialogue goes for 60 minutes. I would like to ask you to please mute yourself when you're not talking, because sometimes that can be noisy. And just remind you of this ritual that we have of passing the word with an object. But I'm sure Joe will also remind you of that. And yes, this is being streamed online, and we will also perhaps cut those videos that are being recorded and streamed, and be able to place them online per individual talks. And I think that's it from my side. If there is no questions from you, I would give the word to Joe. Cool.
Thank you, Pedro. Hello. Hello, welcome everyone. Pleasure to be here today with you. My name is Joe. Pedro already mentioned about the talking stick. In my case, it's an orange. So just so you know, the talking stick is an object, a totem, and that we place in the middle, placing it in front of your camera. And we do it when we finish what we want to say. And then another person can take it from the middle and speak. So that's about the talking stick. I would propose we do a short round of introduction, just to introduce ourselves, say where we are and maybe how we feel at the moment. So my name is Joe. I'm in Sicily right now in Alcantara Valley. It's a very special, powerful day because Etna is super active and I feel and hear the drums since hours. She's erupting and the energy is incredible. So I'm quite excited. And if you hear any noises, I apologize. It's not only Etna, but there's also a birthday party in my house at the moment. And I was looking for a quiet place, but it might get noisy at some time. So yeah, I'm based in Berlin most of the time. I'm an artist, designer, cultural ecologist. I've been collaborating with the Dialogues in previous editions and summits. And yeah, very grateful and happy to be here with you. Anyone can take the talking stick. I would encourage us to just speak freely, so it is going to be mixed up the order of people speaking.
Ooh. Do you do it like that? Is this how it works?
Exactly.
Hey. Great.
10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Imben Eke. I'm based in London and sometimes Bristol. The sun is out today, which is quite unusual for that time of year over here. So that is something to be celebrated. What do I do? I am an experienced designer and social games maker. My work is all about getting people in spaces, getting adults in spaces to play and have conversations. And I use technology and games to do that. And I'm excited about having this conversation.
I think Terjani wanted to say something before, I think. Yeah. Terjani, over to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Joe and Imran both shared like really positive things that are happening around them. So I just got lost for a minute, how to sort of resonate the same. Anyway, my name is Tarjini Samani. I'm an architect and writer based in Mumbai right now. And strangely, I'm not having something positive right now near me because just today we had the most record number of cases ever since the pandemic has begun.
Mm.
Like, and yeah, like since the past week, things have started shaking up badly again. So everyone is again in that state of flux right now. So we were quite normal, in January and February, but March has been a shocking backtrack again. So
Mm.
but yeah, I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to work from home. So
Sardar, would you go?
Nisa, you go first. I'll be last.
Okay, I took it. Hello everyone. I'm very very happy to meet you today, and I was very excited actually about the concept because pandemic especially does restrict our general knowledge of new people and our getting new friendships and new contacts. So I'm how over excited, like coming out after a year and a half. This is actually a big company because we have. I'm Vesna from North Macedonia. I live in Skopje. I teach international law and I do research and activism in general, more for political. But I'm super excited now because this is actually a crowd. Having 5 people at the same place is it's really a nice thing to have, even online. So I'm very happy to meet you all. We also deal with huge numbers, more than 1,000 new positive patients per day. And unfortunately, the health system on the Balkan in general is not that strong. So it is a huge issue, and the situation is pretty serious. Oh, I should. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Radar Aftab Khan. I live in England, but I'm in Cumbria, Ivane, where sun is not shining. And you know how in the Lake Districts how it is. So I'm originally from Kashmir, but I live in England. So yeah, so that's where I am. And in my practice, I do emergency planning, and dealing with the pandemic and how to manage the impacts of it on the front line. So yes, so it's as Tajani said that what's going on over there. We see many of those things behind the scene and plan how to manage those impact of that one. That's my day job over here. But obviously, I've been active in terms of the socio-cultural relations and in terms of the equality, and more precisely on race equality. And I grew up in oppression, which continue to be part of our social and emotional life, part of where I come from. But that's an area of work. So thank you. I'm looking forward to see that in whichever area of practice we are, how can we build those inclusive practices, and what does it mean, and in which way, and in which field. So obviously, it's quite overarching theme, and we all of us are from different backgrounds, different fields we work. But can we make all those different things connected with each other to create an inclusive practice? That's my question to explore further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Solidialogues. And today we speak about solidarity and how it could serve as an antidote to populism. The topic of this dialogue, as you know, is building inclusive practices. As Sardar mentioned, it's a very vast topic. And maybe it's good to start by understanding what does it mean, an inclusive practice. And maybe even before that, just to remind us about the method that we're using today. So the dialogue, as it's a little bit different than a discussion. And there are a couple of, let's say, housekeeping rules or dialogue principles that I'm just going to shortly remind you, is to speak briefly and precisely, and always straight from the heart. That's very important. And also to listen just as we want to be heard. And that's it. That's about the dialogue. And now moving into building inclusive practices. So what is inclusivity? It's quite a big word, and it's a concept. It's a quality, it's a sense, a policy. It can be many different things. And like, I would like to first maybe understand, like, or share with you, like, how we feel about what is inclusivity. What does it mean? Is it more a practice, because inclusivity in itself can be a practice, or is it more a sense of being and perceiving? We can be inclusive, practice inclusivity externally and internally as well. How much are we inclusive towards ourselves, which goes about acceptance. And for me, inclusivity, it's a sense of belonging, and it's a sense of belonging the most. And from this, I wanted to pose another question, let's say a seed question to this topic about building inclusive practices that will center us right within ourselves, because I believe that this is the base of building a practice, is our very personal experience. So the seed question would be, what do you need, or what do we need? So what do you need to accept and to allow multiplicity? Multiplicity as diversity, multiplicity of possibilities, of thoughts, of genders, colors.
Thank you, Joe. I think that first of all, you gave a very nice introduction, and you said the whole in one. But I would try to develop the concept on 3 different levels, like the self, the other, and on institutional level. So I believe that in that line, the first thing would be open mind and open heart on the individual level, and people to people relations, and the political will for the other considerations, for the organizational or intra-state, inter-organization, international.
I agree with that. It start the inclusiveness start from within a person. And I said a bit earlier that it's in your, how you think and how you feel, and then how you act as well, and how you, in your communication, how you speak, and whether your words create that atmosphere or connections for be inclusive, invite others, that convey those feelings which you are thinking through your words, and enable or inspire someone to act. And that's where the practice comes, because practice means that something doing. But before you be part of something, be able or inspired or be feel motivated to do something, um, you need to have those feeling about it. You have something thinking about it, and that's the that's the process. And that process ignite from someone deep inside within your your behind your mind, something which create that what was a sensation in your thinking, uh, and sometimes it comes from seeing something, and sometimes hearing, because sometimes you need to understand that not everybody can see. We're fortunate we can see each other, but there are people who can't see, and there are people who even can't speak. And then we have language which we have common now can understand, but there are so many people who can't understand what why I'm saying a word. Yeah. So how can we communicate with a person who can't see, a person who can't speak? And can we communicate that our feelings and what we wanted to convey to that individual to make an inclusive practice? And that's what I think, Imane, what you do is so amazing. And I'm just thinking, how can you use those tools to make that inclusive practice and help us all, whatever we do in our sphere of lives and our fields of life as well? So I would be very much interested in looking forward to see that one. Thank you.
Hi. Multiplexity. I'm going to say that it starts with, I guess, what we're doing today, which is sort of having a global microphone, and having these conversations, and started with, that belief that's rooted in the fact that we invite everybody to the table, let's say. But I also think that in order to create multiplicity, because it doesn't just arrive, I think that it's collectively sort of got to be grown and cultivated. And sort of to do that, we need to think about sort of new structures, because we do have to acknowledge that, the individuals that are the makeup of this gathering are coming with different, complexities, and they do bring those into that space, and that creates, so a lot of people coming into these spaces with vulnerability that they're holding. And so I think we need to think about how you sort of carry that, and keep the openness of the space. I'm a firm believer in that's through sort of new interventions that are co-created. And I'm going to stop there.
I was just thinking that you know, how do we, like, that has been some, I don't have like a literal answer right now, but it's a struggle which I personally have. So I'm sharing that aspect. For example, in through design research, we study what could be an inclusive space on multiple levels for different groups of people. But something that I've always struggled, like, and I see people around me struggle with, is how does that come out from the academia to the real world? So how does the notion of inclusivity, apart, like, my idea of inclusive would be different than somebody else's idea of inclusive. So how does it build up together that we see some acknowledgement of that idea in our cities around us? I don't know what we need for like, it's strange, I don't know what we need, but I know what we definitely don't need.
That's a very, sorry about that one. That's a very interesting that what we don't need. Yes, and those structures and in physical built environments. Yes, that's absolutely fantastic. Concept and exploration and an exploration. Thank you. I put that back.
Yes, that's what we need and what we don't need, and how how to measure and how to, let's say, speak the same language, because that's what I understood from what Tardiani just said. Like, that's always the struggle. But I personally think that's why we have all this sensus experiences and all different ways of perceiving the world and communicating. What brings me to what Sardar said about people who couldn't hear us or see us or just speak another language. I think it's like building the whole environment that goes through senses and different levels of language and understanding, which it's definitely something about the feeling. So it's kind of hard to grasp for me, of course, because it's like, if you think about like simple everyday life moments, it's just this feeling of being welcomed that we want to create. But that's on the very general level, of course. I think it's great because we're here together and coming from different practices. And I think it's architecture or experience design or digital media, creating this kind of spaces. I think it all works together on creating this new strategy and new tools.
What I've also always wondered is how much our perception sort of gets shaped by where we like, where we are based at. So are we at a point that we move beyond that? Like, does the imagination for inclusivity for a person in India or in US or Australia, like, everyone is in like a different stage of development, and every city has its own struggles, and every century has had those, right? 20th century had its own like, we moved towards democracy. 21st century, we have democracy right now, but we are also struggling with it uh, at many levels. So, but at the same time, a lot of us, we are connected now more than ever. So how does, like, this connection end up being a voice and not a noise? I don't know whether I was clear or not.
I think very, very much so. So that's that. How can we make our voices a voice rather than a noise? Vesna? Sorry, am I right? I'm spelling it right?
Yes, you said it right, but I was going to say that not always the noise is a bad thing, because sometimes from the noise the voices are coming. That was how the political changes happened, at least in my country, because we have been as activists engaged in a huge political campaign and different processes that in the end brought a change, although maybe that was not the way that we have imagined it. So even a noise is better than not having anything, than the silence. That's my opinion, at least.
Take myself off mute and start again. I was going to agree because context, because we're all in different spaces, so we all have different perspectives, different experiences. But I think that it's really important that, because we're talking at the moment and some of our conversation is already jumping to the final end result, which is a solution. And it's sort of like, because we're so solution based, but actually we have to spend the time getting there, and that is part of the journey itself. So I think it starts with most definitely the multiple voices in the room, because this is complex change that we're talking about, and you need multiple voices for that, to embed the variety of perspectives if you want different outcomes, because, you know, we all know what outcomes exist already, and that's from sort of, let's say, a homogenous voice. So it's really important, as Vanessa, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
It's Vesna.
Vesna, thank you. As Vesna said, the noise is so important, and without it, nothing happens.
I agree with that to some extent, but I think one of the things which we need to be mindful of, these people who keep the status quo, because inclusive practice actually change the status quo, and excessive practice are emotional practice, which not necessarily bring the change, and sometimes lengthen the status quo, from my experience. What I would say is that in terms of that, the same concept with Tijani just mentioned, the noise, yes, it creates the buzz, but to effect the change, you need the dialogue. And whether we create those channels to get that noise to the right ears, and the noise to irritate, creating noise to irritate the powers be, and creating noise to make effective change, you need to create the right channels, yeah, and right time, because timing is very important. I give you an example for the people who practice art and the drumming, yeah. So whenever there is a drumming in our Kashmiri culture, you know, in the area of Kashmir I come from, and there is a, you know, like the drumming going on, our horses start dancing as well. You know, it create that buzz. But just think about, you have a day, very, you know, hard, you know, difficult day. You went into the sleep, and someone come outside your door and start drumming. So the very idea of that that you know, the noise of the drum, which, you know, rejoice me otherwise, and I would be starting, you know, jumping and doing that one, may not be convenient for me at that particular time, yeah. So the time and the space and the choosing of the people, you create that noise, that how, when it creates the buzz, and when it create an irritation, is the key balance, and it's very balancing effect. So that's why the inclusive practice means, in terms of the campaigning, and from what Vesena, you have said, is very, very important, that we need to be mindful of that how we play it around, how we play our drum, at what time and where. And we need to be inclusive of not only ourselves who are leading that campaign or creating that change or movement and whatever we are engaged and involved in. We need to be inclusive from the other side, that how can we touch the heart, how can we touch the mind of the other side, that they can feel resonance with my music, the which I trying to drum it out and create that, the atmosphere or aurora of my drumming. Yeah. So that's I think the balance. And if we strike that balance, then dialogues happen. And that's what I think is the solidarity dialogue between those who are oppressor, because they are human being as well. And that's how it change happen. Sorry, I put it back.
I'm going to come back in there again.
Yes, sure.
And I'm going to say, we're talking about noise and irritation. Like, dialogue is talk, it's sound. So, it's noise because it's not silent. Dialogue is not silent. So, and we're having conversations about putting things, the powers that be in the right ears. Inclusive and solidarity is about having everyone in the room already. So you're not having conversations and then presenting it to them. They're there, like, there's not the powers that be, there's everybody, because it's about this change for society. Not we're going to talk about change and then present it to this group of people who make the change makers and the leaders. The change makers and the leaders need to be in the room with all areas of society to have these conversations or dialogues about solidarity, about inclusivity. And until that happens, and until we sort of take that approach, it's really not going to work, because these leaders and change makers have been in their rooms by themselves making these conversations. And here we are at this time in this systemic transition, this period of systemic transition, with all the conversations that we've had in the last year, because that doesn't work when they make the decisions by themselves. So solidarity is about having this noise and conversation and everybody in the same room at the same time. So it's not about making noise, it's about everybody being there and talking and, sound, being active.
This is why noise matters, actually. I was enjoying a lot the story about the drums, especially because I'm married to a drummer. So sometimes I do not have the option not to like to listen to it or not. So this leads me to another conclusion, that sometimes you actually have to change the ears and the way you see things. I agree with Imven, if I pronounce well, that it is about everyone being there. But on the other hand, we need to also make noise for those who cannot make themselves. And I have learned this on the harder way, because I'm living, my younger sister is autistic. So I had to find a way to communicate with her. So that's why I'm coming back to opening mind and opening heart and having the willingness to make the change. So sometimes, yes, we need to come to the right ears, but sometimes those ears need to be changed, because not everyone has the same will or the same understanding of inclusiveness. We have people, politicians, most of all, that do want inclusiveness officially, but only when it's profitable. And that's why the change does start within us. but it is much broader. And sometimes we have to take responsibility not only for ourselves, but also for our surrounding and environment. That might be not considered as that democratic or inclusive, but sometimes we need to act responsibly and being responsible for the bigger good or the bigger image, for the noise that cannot be produced or heard.
Yes, to be responsible, yeah, for the broader community and for ourselves, and to be all together in the moment, like what Imvan said. I think this is very important. That really resonates with me about making the change, making action happen right now and together. And that brought me to thinking that that solidarity and also inclusivity is about empowerment, because if we want to make the change on the level of the society, of our everyday life and our like small communities, then it's really about empowering people to speak out, because I think through education and through other like paths of our upbringing, it's very diverse. It's very different. For some people it's easy to come across, and for some it's less. So I just thought that this yeah the that yeah the practice of empowerment and how to really do it, how to make people to become their own change makers, that is something that I'm interested in, and wanted to ask you if you have some experiences, or if you want to share some tools about that, about this kind of activation processes happening around you.
I think in terms of the Western democracies, and from my experience in the UK, it doesn't. We create so many where I grew up, but in England for last 15-20 years, what I have seen that there are legislative tools, there are mechanisms to engage, inform and influence the policy and bring the change. I've been involved in so many of those initiatives, and been quite successful in that way as well. Uh, but, but it's identifying your issue, and then creating or co-creating the possible solutions, and be part of that journey, and ensuring that on the issue which you are leading on or you working on, you understand the impact with is from a human perspective, and then recognizing the diversity of the needs, as I said, the early, that you need to recognize that there are people who may not have that same luxury of the access to listening, to seeing, to be part of that one, and be understood as well. And that's a bit is called public policy advocacy. And to understand that one, obviously you need to look at from the both sides, and always be in the empower the voice. uh, Often what happen is that we try to become the voice, or we try to become the representatives, are people, because representation And in terms of, obviously that's a different concept itself, because you have elected representatives who have the responsibility, and we need to hold them to account what decisions they make. So whichever way and shape and form they got elected, once they are in an elected in democratic processes, where you don't have the democracies, obviously that's a different situation. But and obviously maybe different strategies and tools you use. But in the established democracies, where democracies exist, I think the key bit is that how to hold to account those who elected to serve you, who make decisions on your behalf, and then the tools which and the legislative protections you have, and assert as a confident and assertive citizen for your rights, and reclaim your dignity and your right and your voice in those decisions. And that's the key. It takes a bit time, but if you understand the mechanism in democratic societies, you can can make change. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in there. I agree with some of the points that Sadar made. I have just finished a 6-month research project, which is called Can We Just Play? And it's a project that was exploring the potential of play to affect policies, working with borough councils and testing play and play mechanisms to create these spaces where people can start to have the conversations. Because in order to do the work that Sadar, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, has mentioned, you do need to create that level playing field. And part of that is about how do you connect people as humans? Because we all have differences, but there's a core connection. And for me, play is a great way of doing that, because we all understand that in some form, although as adults we don't play enough anymore. And that's a good starting point to make a base. And there are so many different forms of play. There's like 70, so it comes in many different ways. But that's a good starting place to get all of these people in this space to connect and be together. And then sort of once the connection has started, then you can, play is also a great tool to explore topics. I'm a experienced designer and social games maker. That's what I do. I use play, I use technology, I use conversations to explore topics and have conversations. So it's a great way it's not the only way, but it's a great way to sort of start doing that in a way that, people can relax, because it's about how do you get people to relax and comfortable enough to actually start listening to what's needed to get to this space of change that we all want.
Yeah, beautifully said. I'm super excited about the play as a tool. I think this is great, and absolutely agree with the fact that people need to get comfortable first. I was just wondering, so Can We Just Play game, was it happening, or is it maybe still happening? Is it a digital game, or is it happening actually in real life? Or how does it work?
Is actually happening through virtual workshops at the moment, because we're still in lockdown in the UK, but it's actually, in its ideal setting, it's in a real-time live space, because I think to really connect with people, you kind of, it's much better when you can actually see people and look them directly in the eye, and it's a great addition to humanizing everybody.
Very powerful. I was just listening to you, and then I just write for myself, for my thinking, just that one. That's why I put it in the chat for follow up my understanding and research. So thank you for provoking that thought. So very powerful. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to say I was curious and sort of testing this interlude of silence to see to feel how it feels, because it's always fascinating, those moments, those breaks, because we used to perceive them as discomfort sometimes, but actually I think it's very important, and it could be quite the contrary, because yeah, there's so much information, and if we really want to understand and feel what has been said, then I think it's pretty important to take breaks, and actually the breakthroughs can happen in those moments. So I just wanted to share that with you, that I was holding the space in silence and seeing how is that going to be, and how does it feel for you, and maybe if there are some new thoughts coming out of it.
Well, for me, play, when I have time to play, means that I have time for myself, because it also becomes a privilege to come back to yourself. And I believe that play as such is probably the best way to come to the grassroots of the problem, because when people are usually restrained to speak about themselves, and through the play you can actually see what lays under the cover and come to the very basics of the problem. And when you define the problem, it is easier to solve it. And when you multiply this on many levels, then solutions come up on themselves.
Yeah, thank you for saying this, Vesna. It's always sounds really true and important, like what you mentioned about having the time to play, and this being a sort of a privilege in today's reality. For me, it resonates, and I think this is something that is somehow linked to this inclusive practice of allowing for this playful time, just the time that it's like for ourselves, not for something else, or not for production, or not from getting somewhere. So again, it's not that much about the result, but more about the process. And that also brings me to what Sadar was saying about how to facilitate this kind of moments. And you mentioned that it's important to identify the issue, right? So then we're in this like cause and effect kind of dynamic. And I was just wondering, if this is always the necessary. I mean, sometimes yes, because of course there's plenty of problems and issues that we could solve as a society. But I also think that maybe sometimes it could be a little bit less goal oriented and more focused on play as such. And I wonder how that kind of shift would affect the social policies if it wasn't always this duality of a problem and an answer. And more, I think it's difficult to get out of this because we're so deeply rooted in it. But it's a thought that I ponder on.
Hi. I'm going to come in and agree with you, Joe, but also agree with Sadar as well, because I'm definitely a big believer that, play isn't about being solution focused, because then it becomes another thing. But, they sit alongside each other. And the reality is, if we're talking about, affecting change and these spaces that, house power, there are things that need to change. And I don't want to use the word solution to be found, but it's a role, and in those spaces people have jobs to do, so there are things that they have to. So the way I sort of look at it is, how can we affect change? So the play might not make the change, but how can it affect the minds of people, and as a step change, as to make things sort of move in that direction. And also with play, how can you empower the people that make the changes, or this new group of people, to create their own solutions? Because I think that is really important. Sort of like me as someone who leads play, it's not about me giving it, it's about how can I equip those people to be able to create it for themselves. And I think that's I think that's one of the most important things about sort of using play as a mechanism. I think I'm going to stop.
I think we have a fascinating conversation. Thanks, Tajani, Vesna, Ivane, and Joe. Hopefully, we can be in contact. I'm mindful of the time as well, but this dialogue and conversation in terms of how can we make whatever we do inclusive. I think that's the key for going forward, and this should continue in our areas of respective areas of practices, and also learning from each other, because my inclusive practice in my area of work needs to be harmonized and synchronized with other inclusive practices, because we're all interconnected. And as Jani said that earlier, that it's not, yes, it is at various levels, whether it's a democracy, whether it's art, whether it's culture, architect, play, policy making, law, and any other practices. But if we can look at them in isolation, we maybe get them perfect in one area, but as everything is interconnected now in this world, if the other part is not synchronized with that or at par with that one excellence in one area does not mean a cohesive development in all areas. So, and that's what we need as a human beings. So we need to ensure that what we do, how can we learn from each other, how can we intersect those practices with each other, and then create that system which help and pass on the baton to the next. Like when you are in the long marathon, and you have a baton and you do your best, but you have to pass on to the next and then the next. And that's how it wins. So this is how I see practices in different field. If we're not passing on that baton to the next, which may be different, but to succeed, to win the race, we must always pass that baton, doing our best to the next, and that's where it will bring a positive um, change and happiness for all of us. And that's what I see how inclusive practice should be, or aim, or aspire to be. So thank you.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with this. I wanted to remind us that we have 9 minutes left. So soon we're going to be ending our dialogue. So I'm going to invite you to, let's say, one more round of sharing your thoughts, anything that you feel right now, and then we're going to wrap it up 15 past 1 here in Sicily. Yeah.
I, I said what I just said. That's my sort of conclusion. So pass on back to the other colleagues. So yeah, we haven't heard for a while from Tajani or Vesna. So
There was just so much to learn today. So I'm absorbing all of it. And the last point that just got discussed about inclusivity is how you inform each other to inform each other through the various roles that we individually have, but how these individual roles sort of inform someone else's role too. So that is something like I'm taking away today after this dialogue, because I I I try to stay very conscious of what would be my vision of something would necessarily not be somebody else's. That's one point. Second point is some of us are lucky to have that voice and representation, but are we consciously bringing the table towards, like, are we building a longer table for others too? So, and how, just at a smaller individual level, how can I do that is like that idea of play. I mean, that's something I've never, like, I've heard about urban planning through play, but it getting done in practice, I'm glad that I learned about it today. So thank you. There was too much to absorb today. Thanks a lot. Oh.
Okay, thank you. This is actually the best example of inclusiveness, because you see, we all pass to each other because we want to listen. So it's not that just to make your voice heard, but be able to listen and absorb. And I believe that this practice, because this is, I believe, the first solid dialogue that is organized, should become a practice, because this is the pure example of inclusiveness. But this is not yet the voice, this is the noise. And then from that noise, I believe many other voices will come out. Thank you all for being here today. It was a great pleasure meeting you. I hope to meet you online and offline in these or other lives. Who knows? We're all here for a reason. And stay safe, stay sound, and let's keep up with the good spirit.
Just for me to say thank you. I'm really grateful to have been able to have this conversation and to be able to mention what I do and play. And Tajani, you made some great points about, you know, what are you doing to bring other people along? Because when you open the space, you have to also open it for others as well, not shut the door behind you. And that's just such a great and important point. So I was nodding away there. And yeah, so just thank you. And I'm looking forward to having more. And this should definitely be the space to have those conversations.
Thank you so much. I also feel very grateful and inspired, and just very lucky that we had this moment and the space to share our thoughts. So thank you so much, Invan, and thank you to Jani, thank you, Vesna, and thank you, Sardar, for this beautiful hour, for this dialogue. And yes, let's create inclusive spaces. Let's continue that with open hearts and open doors. And with that, I'm going to close today's session with the sound of a kalimba.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sharing with you a link for Wonder. So at today at 1:15 to 2:30 CET, there is like a big room where all the participants from all dialogues can meet each other. If you have the time, please just pop in. And the second link that I'm sharing here is a survey link. As we want to continue building this initiative, we will love to learn from you what we can make better, how we can look into the future, and what were your insights. And it's like a 2 minute, 3 questions survey. Be helpful to get your answers. So Tarjani, the wonder is at 1:15 to 2:30 CET. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you, Pedro, and thank you, everyone. Pleasure. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey, hello,
Hello.
everyone. Can you hear me well? So, welcome. And I just want to give a bit of a word to welcome you all to Solidialogues. And just to say a few things, I'll be the person, my name is Pedro, I'll be the person in the background, just making sure that everything happens technically. And also, this dialogue will have 1 hour. And at the end, after it finishes, after our facilitator, Katarina, will finish it, I will come back inside to just share a few things with you, including a link for a survey and also some more information. I wanted to also ask you, if you're not speaking, if you can mute yourself, just given if you have noise around, that would be best. And I will just remind you, but Katarina will remind you of our ritual with the talking stick. And wonderful. So I think that's it. And we still have 2 people that are confirmed, but somehow they're not there. So uh, so they might come. If they come like still 5 or 6 minutes from the start, I might just let them in. But if they come a bit later than that, I'll probably just not let them in, not to disturb you. Yeah.
Pedro, I had a problem coming in. It was in the calendar invites. My calendar had done something weird with the link. So I had to go back to the first email where I had been matched, and there I could come in. So that might
Okay.
be that they're having difficulties coming in.
Okay.
It
Okay.
was,
I will email them now.
yeah, maybe do that and check if it's because of that.
So the calendar invite had the wrong link, right?
Yeah, or has something that ends with an error. So it might be
Okay.
that.
I will follow up with them.
Okay.
So for now, I'll leave the word to you. Jan, can you hear us? Maybe you just test your microphone. If you unmute yourself. Also,
Yes, I
have a
can hear
baby
you.
here.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Perfect. And
Good.
Maja as well.
Maya, yes, I hear
Maya.
you. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Katarina, I will leave you with the word, and I will be in the background contacting the others.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. This is my baby. She's 3 months old, so she's with me wherever I go. And now I'm sitting in the car actually because I was a bit late, so I decided we do it here and now. So excuse the traffic. I'm from Sweden, and I put that in my name because I think it's quite nice to know where we're all from. So I'd invite you to, if you find the button to rename yourself to name and your location, it's nice for the recording in the end also, I think, to see where we're all from. I'm a mother. I'm a citizen of this world, quite global, born in Germany, lived I have been in Sao Paulo, but not lived there, but lived around the world a little bit. And now I live on the lands of Sweden, which is so lucky in this bloody pandemic because we've had such a nice ride compared to everyone else. So I'm very appreciative of that. And I've been part of the dialogues 3 times. It's my 3rd time now as a participant, and it's so lovely to put our minds together and our hearts together, and that's really what happens, I find, through dialogue, that we can connect from the heart, even though we verbally and visually together only. So that's why I got excited to be part of this again. And then Reno said, "Oh, the original facilitator got sick, so if I could do it." And I was like, "Oh, sure," but we do it together. I think we can facilitate each other. I've got my little talking stick. That's an important one to have, and I would invite you to, when you feel called, to introduce yourself. Also, it's just so exciting to hear who's here. Welcome.
Yeah, well, I also prepared a stick. I'm Maya. I'm from Latvia. I've been also studying in Germany, so that's my connection. And I'm always very happy to enter Goethe-Institut in Riga when we were able to enter it before pandemics, for all the beautiful books and films and events they have. So yeah, I think we are all somewhat a little bit lost of who we are, what we do. We're mostly in front of the screens. And I felt very interested and happy to be here and to see this new format, how we can collaborate, inspire each other, and feel alive in these very distant times. So that's it from me.
Yes, I'm Ian. I'm a retired librarian from the north of England. I have Welsh grandparents and Irish grandparents, so I'm quite a mixture. I work with the Goethe-Institut in London, so that's why I've been involved in this. I was formerly on the chair of the mobile library section of IFLA, which is the International Librarians Group. And yes, I'm looking forward to meeting you all. My sons, the eldest one is a director of Siemens, which is a big German company. And so he goes to Germany a lot, and I've been to Germany following him. My middle son was a bookseller in Germany in a place called Waldshut, if anybody knows that. And then I've been working with the Twin Town in the Ruhr. Both my authorities at Twin Towns in the Ruhr. Sheffield with one, Leeds is Dortmund, which is where I've been, and also Kreis Unna. So a lot of German connections. Thank you.
Welcome, Africato. Is that your name? Kofi. Kofi,
Yeah,
I can say.
Kofi.
Yeah, exactly.
Kofi. So nice to see you all. Nice to say hello.
Welcome. We had a little round saying where we're from, in which country we're based now.
Yes,
so
please.
would you like to tell us?
Yes, please. I will. Why not? I'm based in Prague, in the Czech Republic. A beautiful country.
Wow, I've never been. I want to go there.
Yes, after Corona, you are welcome.
Yes. Oh, for me, it's after Corona, way after Corona. It's the world that's not after yet. Wow. So, the topic today, or the seed topic, as Breno calls it, is the people in society, and it's so nicely broad. But why I am in this session, or I thought like, okay, what can I give into this circle to start us off? And why I am in this with you is because I wrote this in the registration. I wrote what I'm interested in exploring, and I thought I would just read that to you, and then whoever feels called can pick up pieces of it. This came just, or when I read this now, you might notice also this is a big question mark in me, because I have I try to inform myself in all directions. So there will be lots of hot topics coming up now, but we don't have to talk about them. Of course, the dialogues are meant to just develop however they want, however is natural for us. So this is what I wrote. I am interested in exploring how we can avoid female erasure in the discussion about inclusivity. I see trans women are not women, which is one hot topic. It is called breast milk, not chest milk, another hot topic. It's mother and father, not adults. So here I'm referring to the change of language that is quite trendy right now. How we can stop blaming others for our triggers and Stop the cancel culture. Now you start talking to. The fact that being offended is the new social media trend, and white skin and masculinity are shamed by some activists that pretend to work for unity, but all they really seem to want is revenge. That points to that many people have not understood that they are entirely responsible for their own feelings of victimhood. How do we differentiate between actual racism and sexism, oppression and discrimination, and the trending hashtags, transphobic or misogyny or being an ally or all those? How do we lift feminism out of the toxicity it has drowned in? So this was why I was matched with all of you. Here you have I'm entirely transparent for you now. And these are my big question marks in every day. And I would love to hear what your hearts say about, or hear your reasons why you're here today. So this is my talking stick. I put it back in the middle, and then you can take it if you feel called. I just mute myself because she likes to talk back when somebody talks, so I'm here listening.
We're all very quiet. So I suppose I'm the old white man, so it's my fault for everything that's happening. No, seriously, I think I've got to look at my past. My first teacher was born in 1888, a Victorian lady with views on the British Empire, which I learned from the age of 5 to 6, how wonderful it was. The world was coloured red and the sun never set on the British Empire. And at 5 and 6, that's a very impressionable age. So that's where I started out. Fortunately, my life has changed a lot, and I've been a world traveller. And there's nothing like travelling around the world to realise that people are not governments. I found I was brought up to hate Germans. The Germans had done this, that, and the other. And then I went to Germany, and German people are wonderful. I've had some of the best times of my life in Germany. But if I'd have kept to what I was brought up on, that all Germans are horrible, I would have never even gone, and I would have missed out on so much of my life. Whatever the German government, or in fact my government, I think I've got a horrible government at the moment. I'm a pro-European. I hated the fact that my fellow countrymen voted us out of Europe. And I think we're going to pay for it for the rest of my life, and probably my sons' lives as well. As I say, both my sons have worked in Germany, and therefore they're all pro-European. And it's getting out of your environment. I was brought up in a totally white neighbourhood. In fact, it wasn't until I was about 11 that I actually spoke to any person. I don't know what you want to call yourself, a person of colour. It seems to change, unfortunately. But I then made mates with my friend Mo, short for Mohammed, and we played football and cricket together. And sport was our big bonding, and it taught me lots. One of the interesting things was, I once said to Mo, when we were sort of tackling hard at football, that to me, he smelt of garlic, which was forbidden in my family. Garlic's for foreigners, don't eat garlic. And here was Mo smelling of garlic. And so I said to Mo, but what do I smell of? And he said straight away, pig fat. And that took me back, that somebody could smell pig fat on me. And that was, at the age of about 11, that was a big learning lesson, that although Mo smelt, I smelt as well. And I think you've got to get through that. And then later on, I've worked in different countries for a while. So, you know, I know what it's like to be the foreigner. And I think the whole world could do with that, because so much of our trouble at the moment are people disliking the foreigner, whoever it is. You know, I'm sure every one of your countries has the target of who the foreigners are. And so that's my piece for the moment. I'll shut up now.
So interesting, very literary, like a story. I was more like thinking about that. Well, my research that I'm doing is in food computing, and it focuses on positive aspects between humans and food. And what happens, or what appears, that we analyze more negative aspects globally in research community, like food security, reasons for obesity, and all types of different negative aspects. And after reading a book, The Linguist Reads a Menu, Dan Juravsky, I also discovered that we have much more rich vocabulary about describing our negative experiences, because it's evolutionary process. We have been obliged to explain more the negative experiences to safeguard us from such in the future. And when we want to describe something positive, our vocabulary is very limited. We are very general, vague, great, excellent, whatever. And my idea for people in society, and also regarding or referring to the topics that Katharina mentioned, and also what Diane told, is how can we actually praise something really good, or kind of find these positive experiences, and how able we are actually to express them. Yeah, well, maybe that's my personal somehow also background coming from Eastern Europe. The self-confidence or this inferiority, superiority kind of issues are of course present, and I think one of the things that we need is boosting self-confidence, that you do something good. And I think that this kind of things, people in society, we can also actually discuss what's good about things, what's good about people in society, what good can society bring to individuals, and vice versa.
Okay, so hello, do you hear me? Okay, so basically, I see the issue a little bit this way, that humanity generally has fallen and failed in its connection with the Creator, with the utmost Creator. You can call it whatever name. You can call it God, you can call it Allah, you can call it Nyami, like in my language. But it is the disconnection and perception that the destiny of man is in the hands of man, and man is everything. I think this is what has breed, in my expectation, in my eyes, arrogance. What the world is lacking and societies are lacking are humility. It's fundamentally humility. Man has become so arrogant in its society, in its living. And it's because we are living like we are God unto ourselves. If we start rethinking our existence, and to know that we are all the creation of a creator, then we will see the beauty in everyone. It is beautiful to be a German, don't you think so? It is beautiful to be a Latvian. It is beautiful to be British. It is beautiful enough to be Swedish. It's beautiful enough to be an African. You know, something I think that most prejudices are built on complexes. When a person is satisfied and secured and self-confident and have confidence, there will be no need for a prejudice. Racism, to me, I find it quite funny. On the contrary, it shows me the weaknesses on the person trying to think that they are better than others. The issue is not only racism. The issue back home in Africa is also even in tribalism, which I think is even a worse form of racism. No, ethnocentrism, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that we have been made to think that man is the sole responsible. We are so responsible of ourselves, but we are not, because you don't know when you were born, and no one knows when he or she will die. Therefore, there is a creator. I mean, don't us be fixed on names. You can call it whatever, whether the smallest atom, whatever it is, there is a power beyond man. And I think that what the world needs is humility, to realize that we are not the creators of our own existence. Neither are we the creators of the environment around us. We are placed here on a purpose. We are placed here for a reason. We are placed here at the pleasure of the Creator who created us. The only thing we can do as a people on earth is to relate to each other quite nicely, quite beautifully, we have to understand the interconnectedness of humanity. That is what we call Ubuntu in Africa. Mr. Stringer is there because we say Ubuntu means you are because I am. We are very much connected as human beings. What is the basic features of a human being? You have emotions. Everybody have emotions. You laugh, I laugh. You cry, I cry. You walk, I walk. So I am thinking that what the world is lacking at the moment in all cultures, also in Africa, because in Africa you have also societies that are oppressing others. We have tribalism in Africa also. So basically I am against all form of situations where people feel that they are better than others, because nobody is better than anybody, actually not. Anybody who feels that you are better than somebody, in other words, you have a problem with yourself. It means you are not complete. Honestly, you are not. So basically, I think that the societies, we all have a beautiful society. People must begin to understand that your existence is connected to other people or other persons in the world. You are not here in the world alone. The man is not living in isolation. We are very much interconnected. And we should begin to start to think that there is power that watches over all of us. The power is not in the scientists. The power is not in Bill Gates. Bill Gates is also answerable to the higher Most High. We are all, answerable to the Creator. When we begin to think this way, then I think that there will be kind of humility in humanity. What humanity needs in the world at this moment is humility. I think that humanity has become so arrogant as a result of artificial wealth, material wealth, whatever science is producing, whatever. Nobody is superior than anybody. God is superior than all of us. And when we start realizing that, we will start to see the beauty in everybody. There is beauty in being a woman. There is beauty in being a man. Nobody has the right to oppress anybody because we are all on the same level and answerable to a creator who created all of us equal on this earth. This is my contribution for now. Thank you. Society needs humility. Culture needs humility. That's what I'm saying. Countries need humility. That's what I'm saying. That's what is missing in our society today. People are too arrogant, and I don't like arrogance. I hate it.
I think the recent pandemic has shown that man is not in charge of his own destiny. The pandemic has shown us that whatever we do, there's something above it. And that pandemic could really change a lot of people's thinking. And so I'm hoping once we're through this, people are thinking differently. So that's my mindset.
Yes, wow. Thank you both. I sat here just nodding, and she was really excited about hearing your voices. So that always means for me that there's good vibrations coming. Oi, oi. Sorry. Thank you so much. It gives me, living in Sweden. I am actually from. I'm born and raised in very close to Dortmund, where Ian, you said yeah, in Bochum. I've grown up, and there, being my parents being a little bit religious also, I've had exposure to God and the Creator. And just a second, no, I mean my husband is here to take the baby. Just a second. Perfect. This is a good thing about sitting in the car. What I was wanting to say, having moved to Sweden, I've lived here in 10 years now. God is really dead in Sweden. It's been really forbidden to be. I mean, it's not forbidden by law because there's an anti-discrimination law and there's a religious freedom law and so on. But in the minds and the hearts of people, it is so hard. They're replacing it with like this religion of science or money or whatever is there. There's still a religiousness in these people here, but not for God anymore. There's no connection anymore to nature, nor to a spirit. And I've been so shy or I've been trying to hide that I have a connection. And for maybe 2 years now, I have only dared to say that I am a spiritual being. And it's really been hard to say these words because people, you see the eyebrows going up like, oh, what is this? What is this crazy person? Because they have been trained here that when it's been removed, it's really been like, it's very cold in where, like in the schools and in the any public place or anything, like religion is gone, which I think is because they might have had a bad experience. It was maybe too present or it was too dogmatic or whatever it was here. They needed to get rid of it. But now seeing that people are yearning for it and there's an emptiness or they're replacing it with things that can't serve, that are too short-sighted. It's really interesting to notice that, like, I'm really kind of rebellious in the way that I openly now speak about that. I don't really have a church or a religion or a certain God, but I feel like I am a spiritual being, and I find myself maybe going to nature and experiencing nature on a spiritual level also, and experiencing my business on a spiritual level, that my business is an entity that has an energy that I have a connection with. So and that's already way out for many people, they don't follow at all. From that point, they go like, hello, what is she talking about, you know? And then I see in other countries, it's quite normal to remember that there is a bigger purpose and there is a greater reason why we even are on this planet and why we even can have this conversation about society. We have societies because we're meant to be here. Or I feel like the universe or God is manifesting itself through us and through nature and through all the animals and so on, you know. Anything that we can see and experience is a manifestation of something bigger, which is just interesting to see. I would have never expected that to come up in a dialogues conversation because I'm so used to people just not mentioning it. But I'm glad this is intercultural, so we can cross-pollinate, because I always get this like, oh, thank you, I can talk about this freely now, feeling. So thank you for bringing in the greatest picture of why we're here.
Yeah, I wasn't really ready for such a turn in our dialogue. I don't know even if I have something to add to that. I think it's very personal experiences, also cultural, historical, and I wanted just to mention that in Nordic countries, one of the things that is being discussed and that kind of relates to the topic people and society is trust. And I think I kind of resonate in each of your stories, the notion of trust, whom you can trust, or who is there to trust or not to trust. And I think trust is something that's easy kind of to talk about. If you trust people, then the societies operate better. Like there are less transaction costs. People trust each other and they lead more successful businesses and so on. But when I think about trust, I also see that trust is not historically neutral. Those who have historically similar paths, it's more easy to trust than those with different experiences from each other. Then I also see that trust is not inequality proof, because it's easier to trust people with the same level of income than yours. So trust in the growingly unequal world, I think, is endangered because of inequality. And also, sadly, and that we come back to Katarina's intro, that trust is not colorblind. So trust is not simple to reach, right? I mean, it's easy to talk about trust. We need to trust. But if you look at the history, if you look at what's happening right now in the world, in the States, everywhere, then do we have a recipe to overcome these barriers? And can we actually trust each other? Because as a society, which maybe is less and less religious, or maybe it's more religious in some parts of the world, but we all have this kind of that we live in a climate crisis that we have not overcome. And I think as long as we don't solve the issue of trust, we will not actually overcome the tragedy of commons, and we will continue depleting our natural resources. And yeah, so do you see the way out? You see the way how to trust each other and move on as sustainable societies that are inclusive, respect differences and respect people, like also Africato mentioned, the self-confidence, respect that it's not depleted by others by any means at some point. So, yes.
Africato, we can't hear you. You're muted. You have to put on your microphone again.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. My sisters and brother, things that we are looking up to the society to give us start with us. It starts with us. In my dealings with people, I deal with the people from the background, from the knowledge and understanding that human nature is basically good. That is the way I relate to people. Human nature is basically good. So until you give me a reason to think otherwise based on interpersonal relation, I have no reason not to like my white sister or my white brother, or you understand. I have no reason. What I want to say is that society is made of people. People are made of groups and families, and then it boils down to the individual. In Africa, we have a saying that when you are pointing one finger at somebody, 4 of the rest of the fingers is looking at you. It's staring back at you. Yes, 1, and then the 4 goes back to you, So basically, what I want to say is that what we are seeing that is happening in our society is also because society is lacking at the moment. Society is lacking discipline. But that is because individually we are also lacking discipline in our lives. Everything starts with self-discipline. If you have self-discipline, it means that you love yourself. If you have self-discipline, it means that you think positive. If you have self-discipline, it means that you believe in orderliness. You believe in that things must go the right way. If you have self-discipline, you will be able consciously to know right from wrong. Therefore, because I love myself, I value love and I know what love is. In this way, I am able to also think that Sister Kalle in Latvia also loves herself. Because I love myself, I am able to know how love tastes like. So I am in a position to understand love so much that I don't want to destroy the love of others. Because I am a happy person, I am a positive person, I know how happiness is. So I don't want to destroy the happiness of other people. You understand? So basically, I run an organization here. I have an organization in Prague. It's called Humanitas Africa. And the basis of why we started this organization is my belief that humanity is one. In our organization, there is a sister, it's an African organization. It's called Humanitas Africa. There is nothing here that I'm saying that I don't practice. There is nothing that I am saying here that I don't do. It has been my life. Respect is reciprocal. This is also what people have forgotten. If you respect yourself, then it means you must respect others. Everything starts with us. So the society in a mess right now, it means that our own lives are in a mess. Our own families are in a mess. Our own workplaces are in a mess. How well do you get along with your colleague at work? How long do you get along with your husband, wife at home? How long do you get along with your colleagues? So I am happy that my brother Stringer says that you talk about your friend, your Muslim friend, right? Pakistani friend that you were relating quite well to. These things that we are expecting from society must start with us. And the key question that is missing in a lot of people's life is self-discipline. Many of us have lacked self-discipline. Once you have self-discipline, you will have self-love, you will have self-confidence, you have self-appreciation. That is, the moment you have this self-love and self-confidence, then you know how it feels and how it tastes. So you wouldn't like to destroy other people, because self-discipline brings in its wake also, how do you say, self-discipline brings respect for orderliness in society. I don't want to break the laws because I know that it is not, no, my freedom ends where somebody's freedom starts. So everything for me goes along self-discipline. What I wish for myself, and I know it is good, I also wish for others. So I don't go around disturbing people, trying to create problems for people, trying to look down on people. If you have self-discipline, you don't look down on other people, because you see the equality in humanity, you see the connection in humanity. Everything starts with you. And human nature is basically, God created us all positive and good. It is the environment that has contaminated us. Remove man as your God. Remove Jesus as your God. Remove man as your God. Man is not our God. When I was mentioning God, I am indeed talking not necessarily about religion, but about spirituality. About spirituality. When you have the spirit in you, you communicate directly with the Creator. We have made man our, the scientists are the one talking to us. The politicians are the one telling us to sleep, and we sleep. Scientists, because they have done wonders, we believe in them. But I always say like this, you see, the scientists with the aeroplanes that they have created, the scientists with all the machines, technology that they have created, that is causing a lot of wonder in your eyes, which makes you to listen and obey them, to see them as their gods, as your gods. Now, they created these things from their mind. Everything that has been created comes from the mind of a human being. Now, my sisters and brothers, I am asking you this question. You respect the scientists for their creation, human creation. So what would you do, or what would you say to the person or the spirit that gave the scientists the mind to create? Because obviously the scientists didn't create their own mind. They have created other things, but their mind was created by somebody. So if you respect the scientists so much, your politicians so much, for what they have done physically as humans, what would you say to the person that gave them the brain to do that? On that note, I end.
I'd like to take up Maya's point about trust. I was reading an article last week about trusting governments, and the countries where people trust the government more have done better in the pandemic. I speak as a country where we obviously don't trust the government because we're one of the worst cases in the world, along with the States and Brazil. But a lot of the governments that are trusted are run by women as well. You think of New Zealand as a shining example of where the politicians got it right. I have friends in Norway who say most Norwegians trust the government and they've had a lot less. And so, as Kofi says, trust, obeying the laws to me, before you obey the laws, you need to have trust in the law. And we all got laws that are done for the benefit of certain parts of society, not for the good of everyone. Just as an example, to try and be not too political, in Britain, we had to fight to get the right to roam on our uplands. They were all, in the 1930s, owned by big landowners, and no one was allowed to go on them. And there was all this wonderful English countryside forbidden. And that was the law. But people didn't have a trust in that law. So they had what was called the mass trespass. And 10,000 people from the Manchester area trespassed. And so the people upholding the law couldn't do anything. And I think we had another case last week where there was a protest about a woman who'd been killed. And the police broke up the protest because of the COVID rules. But the protest was about police brutality to women. And the police were brutal to women in breaking up the protest, rather proving the point of a protest. But the protest was against the law. But obviously a lot of people, probably 50% of the United Kingdom, the women, have no trust in that law. So I think trust is a great big thing. And then about a creator, whatever you believe, you've got to have trust that something's happened. I mean, you could say we're just like a spider or a dandelion. You tread on the spider. Does it family grieve? You know, has that any more part of the greater society things than you and I? And I think a lot of human beings would say, no, you know, we're more important. And that's probably what Kofi's saying, that's a mistake. We're all equal on this planet. So
Do you hear me? Hello? Okay, this is just a quick one. This is just a quick one because I think I forgot to mention it. To trust is part of the self-discipline that I'm talking about. Because I trust people. I love people. I trust people. You know why? Because I trust myself. Everything starts with us and ends with us. It is easy for me to trust. When I tell you something, my word is my bond. When I say something, it means I am very conscious of what I say. And when I say, I promise you something, I'm going to do something, I know I can. I don't just talk anyhow. To trust is part of the self-discipline that I'm talking about. To be able to trust others, you first have to trust yourself. That's all I want to say.
I really liked how we moved forward with this trust the self-discipline. That's something very new. I haven't seen much. I think it's a very novel idea. I think it's worth exploring. Trust the self-discipline, because who creates trust? It's created within you, right? So it is kind of self-discipline. And I also liked what Ian said about this systems and how they clash, or how they at systemic kind of level, where this trust is kind of channeled when different systems are clashing, like this example of the protest. I think these will be more and more important discussions in the future, and COVID pandemic has started it as well. I mean, we do have loads of discussions which systems to care for when having the pandemics. Is it the system of of distancing and staying safe, that I'm also practicing by working at home and being at home most of the time? Or is it a system for necessary kind of mentally important interactions, like meeting your relatives. I haven't seen my grandma for a very long time, and I really miss her, and she misses us too. So we have to trust in the system of vaccination that we are awaiting and looking forward to. And these are very different systems, and then this spirituality as a system or science as a system. I'm proponent, or I'm supporter of science, and I don't see it such an oppressive force. Actually, I find it very needed and enlightening force. And as a mom of 2 girls, I'm also already investing a lot in their education, particularly in tech education. So they are learning to code, to draw 3D drawings, and to be able to catch or to swim on this wave of tech, which is, again, I think, wrongly accused of being without soul, because what I see in my daughters, who are also gamers and who watch lots of anime, but what I see, there is new system of aesthetics, compassion, and empathy developed through these kind of activities. They are they have a very high level of empathy for diversity that is shown into the games, and that is shown into the animes. And we can discuss that also the digital environment needs to be much more diverse and to develop this kind of understanding. But I see lots of hope, and I see that also these digital environments actually wonderfully train for better understanding of humanity. So I think that one of the kind of big issues or difficulties is dualism. So spirituality versus science. Maybe it shouldn't be that dual. Or technology versus art. Well, actually, there's lots of art in technology and lots of technology in art. So I think it's very simple to construct arguments using this duality. And we live in times of populism. Populism is simple messages going around very fast and at a large scale. And we fail at explaining more complex stories, because more complex storytelling requires time. It's much more complex. It needs more visual representations because it's not so easy to convey messages with words. But populism is simple and it's slogan alike. For me, who have been born in Soviet Union, I have really antipathy towards slogans, simple things that we will achieve or how we should live. Therefore, I also have I feel very distanced from the sense of need for more control or more, regulated. I think we are living in fairly conservative societies already, and I don't think we are over-liberalized, certainly not where I come from. So all the fights, conservative values, I think it's valuable and it should be there, but we should really see what is at stake and what's endangered. And I think what is endangered, we can all see, and going back to Katerina's intro kind of lines, I think there are many groups of people who still feel endangered, and fair is I think I'm going into controversies with myself, but fair is the antidote of trust. So I think that you can trust only if you're not afraid of. So yes, there we go.
I think we have 10 minutes left, so if I'm right, Pedro will probably come back in when we're done. But maybe we all think of a closing, so we share the time between us. Thank you all. It's when I think of self-discipline, for me, what comes up is sovereignty, which is a word that I work with a lot. That I am my own queen in my own queendom. I make the choices and I am responsible, self-responsibility. Such a big one where I see if I the little text I started with, the entire, that's probably what populism is full of at the moment, or what for me the word means is the lots of online behaviors that we are all somehow a part of, that are spending time on social media or on and consuming media in any form, is these slogans, as you call them, Maya, is the quick finger pointing, the canceling, the you're the bad guy now. It's like it's Black Lives Matters, and as soon as the person has spoken those words, all lives matters comes back. It's like we're just talking in slogans instead of thinking, wait, why did this person say it? And what do they mean? And like, do I agree? Yes. And like we forget the person, we just see the words. Where people get triggered. It's one of the easiest things to experience today, is this triggering in oneself, because we're all in this constant like mistrusting and fear state of like, I've done something wrong, I'm a white person, I must have done something wrong, I'm probably far too privileged to be allowed to be happy, like all this guilt and shaming going on, and we're so full of it that we're the entire online world, and which makes up, I must say, a lot of our thinking space today is shaped by what is going on online, especially in those areas where you guys live, where you don't get to see each other. The interaction is online, and that's where lots of stuff happens. I don't know if it's a dark agenda or if it's just the algorithm, the artificial intelligence making it so that we experience it in a certain way, because it's almost like we're on the tube and it's just advertisements of one kind. All of a sudden we're noticing, oh, I'm going down the undergarments lane here, or I'm going down the organic food, whatever it is that you train your algorithm to show you, that it's going to shape, and it's going to it creates this bias that we then sit in, and then it's much easier again to show the others that I'm much more right than you, and having all these dualisms, as you were taking up there, that for me science and religion is one thing, because we're talking about this world, and this world is created by something so big that we're trying to understand through science, and science is such a living organism in itself. But what the ones that don't understand, or that mistake science for the truth, don't get, is that it's never finished. Scientists will never say like, I know more than than you. They will always say like, I've had these questions and that's what we explored and this is my result, but I'm not done here, please carry on. This is the real scientist. Whereas when we see the people speaking about corona on TV, whatever, they're not behaving in a scientific way. They're behaving in a populistic way. They're trying to give us slogans because they think we don't understand, which is just their arrogance again, where they're putting themselves above somebody else and saying like, I'm on TV, I'm a little bit more trustworthy, or whatever it is. I get paid more. I look better. Whatever makes them feel greater about themselves and makes them. Yeah, it's this arrogance that Kofi was saying. They get blown up, and then stuff comes out. In the end, I mean, my family is trying to get me to the party. I've lost my point, my red thread. But what I'm really inspired of this conversation we've had here, to see that we for such different people from different perspectives, and we can dialogue, we can make art together in conversation, which is really what the world needs. Because as soon as I see that you mentioned your grandmother and that you're longing to see her, I have started, which is probably like a civil obedience project of mine, because I'm a rebellious person. I've started having people over at my house every weekend. We are now on the way to celebrate a person, because I refuse to wait, because I'm also somebody who looks up all the facts from all sides, pro and contra corona, blah blah blah, vaccine or not vaccine, and then I find my own way through this. And I refuse to listen to the rules of the government that I don't trust. Must say, I don't trust them. They have done so many things wrong that I do not trust them. I trust myself more than I trust any politician, because I'm not in their position, being pressed from all sides and all these interests and agendas. So I can actually make a choice that is closer to truth and closer to what I think is healthy and safe. You know, all the rules that have been imposed around corona, none of them are evidence-based. So, you know, like 2 meters, somebody said, we take 2 meters, 2 meters distance works. Well, it doesn't, because things still spread, but we still cling on to these funny rules. So I just refuse to do that now. So the whole year already now, we've had parties, we call them parties, pizza party, or, you know, it's children and adults coming over to our house, behaving normally as we used to do. And because in Sweden we don't have a lockdown, people can do that, and the ones that dare to. And, you know, everyone knows that I don't go to anyone's house if I am immunocompromised, or if I'm not feeling great. Then you stay home. That's the only rule, and the rule existed before corona. Nobody was scared then to stay at home and say, oh no, we're not feeling so great, or you know, I don't pressure anyone in now come over to my house or anything like that. It's an open invitation. Please do come. We would love to interact with healthy people, because we know that interaction and emotional connection actually helps the immune system to be stronger, and exchanging microbes helps the immune system to be stronger too. So I've started this as it's my way out of this situation, to actually also see people and ask them, are you scared? How are you? Are you okay? Not just on the phone. Do you trust the government? You know, there's all this stuff going on where we're being scared into this, like, are you left or are you right, or who are you? If, you know, like in America, are you Trump or Biden? Like, pick a side, you know. And I'm just like, we don't need to pick sides here. Let's just let's hold that tension and disagree, but still have pizza together now at my house, because we love each other, we people. So I really advise, as soon as you all are allowed to meet one another again, start small and then do it. It's really like medicine when you get to hug somebody. We ask first, do you hug? Are you a hugger? You know, now we're like, got this, like, I'm a hugger now. Okay, do you want to be a hugger today? And then we hug, and it's so nice to hug a person. So don't be scared.
Okay, for me, hugging and loving comes naturally. Coming from Africa, we live in a big open society, so it's not new to me. So that's what I do on daily basis, and corona or no corona, I will continue on to do them. There is one thing though, and the one thing is that you know, I think science is beautiful. I have nothing against science at all. I think science is beautiful. But there is something even more. Beyond science is our common sense, which everybody have. Beyond science is our common sense, which everybody have. Beyond the laws of our country is also our common sense, which everybody have. There is this aspect of science, my dear sister, that it is the same science that developed the aeroplane. It is the same science that dropped the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. You understand? There is these two aspects of the science. Science can be for good, science can be for bad. So as long as science is used for good, I have no issues with that. Okay? As long as science is used for good, I have no issues with that. So basically, what I want to say then in conclusion is that I think that we in Africa are basically, from the world as I look at now, a lot of African people are suffering from miseducation. And whilst Africans are suffering from miseducation, or the Black world, in Europe, you are also suffering from misinformation. Europe and the white world is suffering from misinformation. Africa is suffering from miseducation. We have been miseducated to believe in lies, and you have been misinformed to believe in lies. What therefore is required going forward from all of us is to acquire deeper knowledge. It's part of it. Find the truth. Let's be on a search for the truth, the right information, by developing ourselves. I mean, like Katarina is saying, breaking barriers, meeting people, reach out. Don't be in your small isolation, confinement, and feel you are okay, everything is okay. Whatever restrictions you are living in, it's time to break out. Meet other people, be interested in, when I say we should get more knowledge, seek more knowledge, if you haven't done it before, this is time. The coronavirus has proven that we are, the whole world, we are interconnected as human beings. You wear mask here, everybody elsewhere is wearing mask, even though it doesn't make sense, because actually your nose should breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. So if you cover your nose with mask, I mean, you are blocking, it's not healthy. But well, that's another topic for another time. That's not the issue here. So anyway, there are a whole lot of, this is where common sense comes in. Even though the law is telling us to do this in terms of coronavirus, by your common sense, you also know that, which God gave you, you also know that some things are not right. This is where the suspicion comes in. But anyway, I think that it is about time to break barriers. You know, whatever restrictions that you have lived in, whether you are not having friends across other cultures, you have to open up and try to experience friends from other cultures. Try to learn more, try to read more, try to research more, try to be interested not only in your environment, but in other environments. Be interested in what is going on in other parts of the world. Let it concern you, because it was that, because maybe you were living well in your society, you were not so interested in what is happening in other parts of the world, happening to other people. Other people are living in extreme poverty, but you were able to disassociate or disconnect. But humanity is one. There is no one. Human beings are not island. You are not an island on your own. There is no one island. A country is not an island. You are an individual is not an island. A country is not an island. You understand? So what I'm trying to, if you are not an island, it means that you are not in isolation. Everything in the world is integrated. Culture, humanity, whatever, it's all integrated. If you are interested in other people, if you have not been before, it is time to reflect. Now we are all in kind of reflection mode, to reflect and try to redirect your attention, redirect your interest, redirect everything into humanity by loving others, by loving yourself and loving others, by respecting yourself and respecting others, by believing in yourself and believing in others. I think so doing, the world will be a better place for all of us. I mean, let's open up. We were very closed before. restricted in our minds. Now it's time to open up and be interested in what is going on all around you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
One word quickly. Petrus is writing that we need to close and
Okay.
enjoy your pizza. Thank you. I'm about. I've got probably 1 minute, and then my computer will just fall asleep. So I will just say goodbye. But if Maya or Ian want to say something more, I think now or never.
Yes, I've learnt all about self-discipline in the lockdown. I'm living on my own. I've been locked down for a year. So my self-discipline is having to organise my life. I realised how much in the past it was organised by people. The meeting, to get to meeting, I went on a train, I stayed in a hotel. All that was sort of ordained. Now I'm on my own. So lockdown for me has been a self-discipline of A, keeping away from the fridge, B, doing all the washing up. It's incredible how much more washing up you do when you live entirely at home.
Yeah.
And that's it. So that's self-discipline. So the pandemic has proved to me about the need for trusting the government. I don't trust the government, but I do stay at home because we've got very enforceable laws, and it's taught me self-discipline. So I think self-discipline and trust have been the theme of this speech, haven't they? Thank you.
And my final words is that through this distancing and self-discipline, be it forced or not, I think I have also discovered lots of unneeded things that were there in my life before. So somehow I tend to see also positive aspects of anything that came over, but I know that there are more people who were influenced more and they suffered more. So for me, I think the future is about solidarity, and I hope that we will all together make a more equal and better world. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Hi, Vera.
Hey,
Hi.
Catherine. Just testing the microphones. Hey, Nina. Catherine, can you also hear us? Yeah, she seems to be muted. So we'll wait a minute. Yeah, I think the sound is working for everybody and the image seems to be working for everyone. Also for Catherine, good to see you.
Hi,
So,
Catherine.
So welcome to Solidialogues. I'm here just to support you technically in the background, and I would like just to remind you of a few things. First, that the dialogue will take 1 hour, 60 minutes, and at the beginning, Rory will be introducing the topic. We'll be talking a bit about the topic, and the topic is cultural history and social change. And after that, after the dialogue, I will be coming in after Rory has closed it. And please, if you can just mute yourself
Hi.
when you are in. when you're not speaking. That will be very helpful just for others watching us. And I would just like to remind you that we are being streamed online so other people can see that, and that we will cut also this video and possibly use this to publish it in different places. And if you are just aware of that and in agreement with that. And another thing that you probably also already heard in our videos before is the talking stick that we use. If you have an object, and we always pass the word
Yeah, my
with
connection
this. Yeah, I think Catherine's connection is not excellent.
is somehow not
Yeah, perhaps you
great,
can.
but I hear you.
Perhaps you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can move perhaps to another place in your house or somewhere where perhaps it's closer to the router. And if you can also connect it via cable, or if that is not working, the alternative is also to connecting over the phone if you have a good 4G connection. These would be the options that I think you could try. So, yes, please, Lina, you would like to ask a question.
Yes, I have small question. I have scheduled the interview for 10 minutes. It would be somewhere around 7 Tbilisi time, 7 or something around that. So I will just run away for 10 minutes. Probably, is it okay?
What time would that be? It would be like.
I'm not sure. I'm depending on the case. We had a very difficult case today. One patient died today because of the AstraZeneca vaccination. So I have scheduled the very urgent interview. So I'm depending on the respondent. So it won't take long, but I will just run away and came back 10, maximum 15 minutes.
Perfect, no problem. Thanks for letting us know in advance.
Thank you.
That's very kind of you. So wonderful, Rory. Do you feel good about all of things to start? And so I would
It all sounds great.
I would just beam Catherine in once she comes in. And if you forgot to mute yourself when you're not speaking, I have the power to do that. I might do that. So then you have to see that you unmute yourself when you start speaking. But ideally you do it yourself. And just to optimize for the sound quality. And if there's anything, we can chat here in the private chat open here as well. Thanks a lot, and I will give you the word, Rory. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this is my talking stick. I think we all understand the idea of the talking stick. So when I'm finished with the talking stick, I'll pop it back in the middle, and you guys can run with it. So quickly, just to say hello. So I'm based in Dublin, and my career is a bit European-y focused, and I'm a bit of a Europhile. So I love this idea of just I've worked in and lived in kind of 3 different European nations now. I love the idea of sitting down and kind of having this conversation with people, especially about these sorts of cultural things rather than political things. Maybe it's a quick idea that we do a quick hello and just introduce ourselves, or do we want to start in? Maybe we'll just do a quick hello and who we are and where we're from, if that's quick. So that's in the middle if someone wants to grab it. Hi, Gabriella.
Hello, I'm Gabriella, and I live in Hastings, as you can see. I have a German mother, so I feel quite connected to Germany and connected to the Goethe-Institut through a trip to Schwäbisch Hall a couple of years ago for a couple of weeks. So that's my connection with Germany. My interest in social change and cultural history, well, social change really, comes around since my retirement. I've been working on a project in Hastings for an intentional co-housing community for single women over 50. And so I guess that's why I've been put in this category.
Okay. So do you want to pop your doohickey back in the middle and let someone else pick up a talking stick? Nina, perhaps?
Yes, I will do a small introduction. I'm from Georgia, Tbilisi. I'm a
Great.
journalist, yes, and I've been doing this very fascinating thing, talking about journalism for years. So I was very interested in this format of the dialogue. It's very wonderful way to understand and get in touch easier, and because of the restrictions of the COVID-19, there is no other way. So I really appreciate our online discussion, and the topic is really very interesting for me. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. So, Katrina, do you want to kick in?
Yeah, I'll take the stick. So I'm Katrine. I'm a cultural scientist, originally from Germany. I studied in Berlin, and now I'm based in London. I'm the head of program from the Goethe-Institut in London, but not here in that role. I'm here also, like you, Rory, as a European. I feel very passionate about the topic of discussing urgent topics of our time and staying committed as a citizen, basically. And also about the question on how we can overcome all the divides we're currently observing and speak more to each other. So I'm also really interested in the format. And I pass the stick back.
Okay. Miriam, I think maybe last but not least.
This proved to be a very popular one, I think, today. I'm going for it. Hi, I'm Miriam. I'm based in London, like many of you, and I'm also German native, like many others here. I also happen to run into Katrin all the time. We every time we see each other, we notice that we already know each other. I think we first met when we were at university, and then 10 years ago. Now we're here in digital space, which is great.
Yeah.
And I am a cultural historian with a focus on global colonial history. So for me, the biggest challenge is probably to leave my expertise at home, as was required for this dialogue, and not trying to make arguments. I was very curious about the format as an academic, because what we normally are trained to do is make arguments and trying to convince others as quickly as possible. So I look forward to it.
That's great. Okay, well, I'm going to yoik the talking stick again. Now, what I thought is maybe I'll give, so as a kind of the person who's been invited to kick it off, I thought I'd maybe give a kind of some of my ideas about kind of Europe and this shared cultural history and kind of the path that it's brought us along, and maybe give a kind of a bit of a personal current framework for it almost to kick us off. So obviously, kind of we all understand the idea that kind of while there is this kind of pan-European culture that we all understand, there's, you know, we all understand kind of medieval Scandinavia and people going a Viking. We understand the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, kind of the Renaissance. There's all these cultural touchstones that we all kind of pick values off. And I say that because, and I'm not coming from it from the same academic perspective as some of you may, but, you know, the Roman Empire influenced Ireland, even though we weren't part of it. We all listened to Mozart's Lullaby, even though perhaps we don't have the same connection to Austria. So it kind of, it brings us in a kind of that European culture, even if it's not part of our region or part of our national kind of identity. So that idea that we have that shared culture, even if there are nuances that reflect and kind of complement our national or regional identities. I love that idea. But if we bring that kind of to the current day, a lot of our cultural identity can be wrapped up in how we perceive ourselves in the media, and that sort of that media consumption is a kind of almost where we kind of fit ourselves. Like the idea of Ireland can often be seen, whether it's through cheesy movies with a fiddling soundtrack or Riverdance. Kind of that media vision of Ireland is different than maybe the Ireland that I see when I walk down my street. And and we're all stuck at home at the moment. So our media consumption has gone up, but we're introduced maybe to more pan-European media than we would be. For instance, I'm looking at far more French TV on Netflix, like Comme Agent or Lupin or stuff like that, than I would necessarily, because I have this more time to kind of freely explore kind of broader European media. And so my question and my kind of kickoff idea for the group is that how can we kind of push that idea of kind of pan-European media consumption, which is showing us a really varied worldview that we don't see when we look outside our door? And how can we use that to promote the idea of social change in the same way that, for instance, encountering immigration every day and new cultures every day through people help us kind of foster an idea of social change? And that obviously I'm purposely saying that without setting any parameters around the idea of what we mean as social change in this context. It's more just the broader idea. So that's maybe where to kick off from my idea. So if someone wants to chime in. I should say, by the way, just to remind everyone that we can be brief and precise. I'm going to speak for the heart. This is very much about your own personal experiences, and listen as you'd like to be heard. And if we have silences, there's silences. If someone wants to chirp in, please chirp in. There's no wrong way for us to do this.
Can I just make well, it's a sort of comment, but a sort of question as well, about the question of European culture and whether it's shared, because I think sitting where I sit and observing people's reaction to Europe and mainland Europe and the European Union, I wonder whether it is shared. I mean, it may be literally shared, but I don't know whether that sense of being part of Europe is experienced in the same way on the island of Britain. I'll put it back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question to start with, and I find it very interesting to be in the room as a German, where you always kind of feel like very much in the center of Europe, to be in the room with people who are more at the edges. So Georgia, which is sort of a hybrid country between almost two continents, I find it really interesting. Traveled there a while ago. And then also Ireland as a country which is sort of now in the European Union, or also not, and which was once colonized by Britain, but also has its own colonial history and this very long history of immigration to then yet another continent. And so I think it's good to be in the room with these views from the edges, perhaps, of the continent. So just want to say that I look forward to what you have to say.
I'm going to take this, and I'm going to perhaps respond to Gabriella's question, which is correct, and a really interesting kind of place to look at, because so I would always see the UK and Ireland having this kind of shared cultural history, and kind of aside from, and now there seems to be this sort of divergence in ways forward as being Europeans. I understand the BBC nearly as much as I'd understand RTE, or national broadcaster. Kind of fish and chips is a shared kind of obsession of kind of these two islands rather. But I think the idea that kind of there's touchstones within different cultures in Europe that kind of I draw on as part of kind of my culture. So whether it be simply as watching French TV, or listening to Spanish pop music or Swedish pop music, or eating Italian food, whether they are the core of my understanding of kind of my personal culture, or kind of how I frame my culture. They are threads that are there, and I think kind of that to me is that shared European culture, that there's always going to be the national or the regional backbone to it, but these different kind of flavors almost of these different European ideas. There was a restaurant that I used to go to a lot in London with Georgian food, and I love Georgian food. Again, kind of just these different things where if it was just an Irish culture that I was kind of part of, that would be one thing, but kind of I draw on all these strings, and I don't think my experience is unique that way. So I'll pop this back.
Rory, I can really relate to what you say, and I think there is a lot of people in Europe who have the privilege of experiencing this, and then also tapping kind of like into these different realities. And like you say, you watch, you like watching Call My Agent, and maybe remembering some time in France that you had, I don't know, and eating in restaurants that also kind of put us in touch with other cultures. I'm also thinking, and that might go into the direction of Gabriela, whether this is actually an experience we as Europeans really all share to that extent, or whether it's a certain privilege also that some of us experience, and whether it's kind of like, I don't know, it's almost like you play instruments and then you watch you like watching BBC and you like seeing those series, etc. But the question to me really is, how can we make all of this more accessible to many people and on many layers and in many forms of media? So yeah, I'm also wondering what Gabriela said, in how far this is really a shared experience for everyone.
Jump in there quickly. Yeah, perhaps that's maybe a really good way for me to think about it, a kind of privilege, and that I am privileged, and that really contextualizes perhaps what you said, Gabriela. So thank you for that, Katrin.
It kind of makes me wonder whether the idea we promote of Europe in general is not a very sort of clean and clearly cut idea anyway, that should be a little bit more messy. So there was a conference at the London School of Economics last week, which was called "Is Europe White?" And I thought, well, yes and no, right? So maybe it still promotes the idea of whiteness, but of course it's not white, and it's probably never been. And so the danger I see with all this sort of inner European multiculturalism that we're promoting, you know, loving the Georgian restaurants and the Italian restaurants, etc., that we implicitly promoting some kind of nationalism within Europe, but forgetting that it is a continent that was always connected to other continents as well, and that had migration in it, and that also still has many countries in it that are in a way quite new. I mean, Germany, for example, as it exists now, is a very new country, so to speak. And so I'd really love the idea of a sort of messier Europe that doesn't really have clear-cut borders. And I think Dina has gone for now, I think, but she'll come back later. But I think these kind of countries like Georgia or Central Asia, they're very good examples to show how many countries are already have one foot in Asia already, or maybe even Africa. And I think that is, we often forget that when we talk about Europe.
I just wanted to respond, Miriam, that I think that's a really beautiful image with the messy one, because maybe the word that I chose with this privilege, it already kind of again things in layers, and something is better than others, and maybe it's more about accepting these like constant different realities and not such clear-cut borders that we sometimes observe. And I think it's a very beautiful image actually for Europe. And I think it would encourage all of us to hold many more complexities that we are sometimes maybe struggling with, and to live with them more rather than trying to unify it too much or making it too bureaucratic, too heavy. Yeah, so it's a good image you put into the room.
Thank you. I mean, just straight to that, I think that would also help, the idea of immigration as a threat, knowing that it's always existed from all countries makes it less sort of scary. Well, not to me, but to many people perhaps who feel that way.
I think that idea of immigration kind of is that lovely point, and I think kind of certainly being from Ireland, that kind of for us the privilege of movement is maybe greater than most other European countries, because I can work in London, I can work in the rest of Europe, and I can move around, and kind of I can experience that messiness and kind of add to that messiness, kind of the Irish experience of immigration hasn't always been a comfortable one. Certainly, perhaps not in Europe, but internationally, kind of we've not always been welcome. But kind of the more we've kind of brought ourselves around the world, kind of the more kind of Irish culture has become valued. So we've just had St. Patrick's Day this week, which for some bananas reason is this international holiday, where for us, it was standing in the freezing cold watching tractors go down a street as a parade in small town Ireland. So it's I love that idea of kind of messiness as facilitated by kind of movement, and kind of that fuzziness of borders, and that fuzziness of kind of both internal European migration, but also the idea, as you say, that we're not always kind of those white people. Kind of Europe isn't just kind of this one singular block. It kind of has people feeding in from around the world, essentially. And maybe that is where European culture is currently, just kind of moving and learning and growing.
Sorry, I anticipated you there, Rory. I'm just thinking as you're talking that it just feels very different to me now that we've come out of the EU. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I wonder whether you've all got European passports, and how different it feels to think about going to Germany as somebody who's outside the European Union now. And I think it just feels very sad to think about that, my place in mainland Europe now, now that we've cut ourselves loose from the EU. And I wonder whether you're talking about the sort of reputation of Ireland, Rory, whether you feel that remaining as part of the EU has enhanced that.
Yes, I think we often have discussions in Ireland about how being a valued member of the EU, as opposed to this little island off on the west coast, has given us a confidence to almost explore our cultural identity and present Ireland in our own terms, and Irish culture in our own terms, rather than kind of being kind of reliant on this kind of Ireland through an American prism or Ireland through a British prism, that by being part of this wider Europe and kind of this wider global kind of block, that kind of we have been more comfortable in expressing our kind of cultural identity. And I think there's a lot of value in that idea. I've maybe talked about it kind of casually with friends rather than done any kind of deep reading on it, but it does ring very, very true that the Ireland of kind of the pre-70s, kind of dominated by the church, dominated by this idea of just insularness, of kind of being that economic backwater, versus kind of this Ireland through the late 70s, 80s, early 90s to now, where we are a confident, outward-looking nation. I think that development has been supported by Europe in no way, it's been no mean feat. Like, we really have made use of that. And I wonder, is it purely that we saw change and we made an opportunity for ourselves? Like, the UK obviously has left the EU, but the UK is still part of Europe, and British culture is, I was watching the BBC last night, kind of British TV is a thing. We all understand kind of the UK's place. And I wonder, counterintuitively, would it be a similar, will it end up being a similar thing, that just by finding itself in a new situation, will Britain have to almost push its culture forward again and kind of reinvigorate that cultural life again?
I mean, I don't want to make it too political, but I do. I think that would be a wonderful idea. But I think until Britain has really come to terms with itself as a country, it's very difficult to do that. And when I was in Germany, going to museums in Germany and seeing how Germany deals with its history, and I've also been to France and done the same thing. There is a sense of countries knowing themselves, and I feel that, I speak just for England, that I don't know that England knows itself very well at all. It certainly doesn't have a lot of insight into itself in terms of being a European country and its responsibilities and its history. So I'd like to think that this could be used as an opportunity. I see you smiling at the dog. I don't feel so hopeful.
Sorry, while I speak, I'll put my jacket on. I'm in the office and the heating is already off, so I'm a bit cold. So I partly agree with you, Gabriella, that the country where three of us live in, that they don't really know their past, and unless they look into it, they probably won't know much about their future. But I also find it really difficult every time I hear people say that Germany should be taken as an example for that kind of process, because I think it's true that we've done this for parts of our history, but there are also other parts of our history, including our colonial past, that we know very little about. And I think that is as much an obstacle in Germany for current questions regarding how minorities operate in the country as it is in Britain. So they are actually very similar problems. And I think, and while I sort of want to question the idea why we're talking about Europe anyway, because it wasn't the title of the session, I think this is a really fruitful discussion to have, because there are actually many similarities. And although the British Empire might have been the biggest empire of all the European empires, it doesn't mean that the other European countries were not complicit and also need to do that work. And so it's not actually just Britain, it's many European countries that still need to understand that part of their history in order to move forward, which is, I guess, the social change part of that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a really interesting point you make, Miriam, and it also, I think it's a German reflex that we tend to have, that I also feel very uncomfortable in that role. I also agree with Miriam that we were taught of a certain, and the most tragic maybe part of our history, and certainly profoundly, but I'm also hearing that this way of teaching has been lost in the last year. So among younger generations, I'm not sure whether the history is taught the same way now. And like Miriam said, there are so many other layers to our history and of what shaped us, etc. So it's a really good point. I also wanted to come back, Gabriela, to what you said, that you feel the distance so much to the continent, and it's something that I also really felt as a German living in the UK. Obviously, it was enhanced by COVID, but it was so. I mean, I came here shortly after the referendum, and there was this kind of transition phase where you could start feeling these little breaks and moments. But now in this last phase, I was also really trying to nail down what is it actually that makes me feel so distant suddenly. It feels like it's very far away. And I had this kind of, like a moment when we were taking the Eurotunnel to the continent. And it was completely deserted, and almost like from a very, very long time ago that people used it. And it was it was almost a nostalgic moment. And suddenly these spaces that stood for bridging and gapping, the invention of the Eurostar and the tunnel, and that period of Europe where we were all about connecting and getting people easily to one place, from one place to the other, felt like a time that had also come to a certain end. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of dive into that feeling a bit. I'm aware it's really due to COVID, but it's something that I can really relate to that feeling. And I'm somehow really hoping that we as citizens can also be part of the bridging, and really, you said you went to Germany and you have connections there, and that it returns being easy because the visa situation, etc., everything is cleared, and that we are all part also in shaping that exchange and allowing for young people to come and getting to know our countries and really being part of this and not allowing for that gap to grow. I think it's really, really important. And I think we can. As people and citizens.
Yes, I can absolutely relate to that, especially to that episode in the Euro tunnel. And I also wanted to say to Rory's points that it's so interesting that the Irish at one point in history, not so long ago, were considered a different race, and that in the 19th century, and so it's all about this constant negotiations, who's part of the club and who isn't. And so it's kind of a normal process, I suppose, in history that this is happening. But in reference to what Gabriela said and Britain, what makes me feel also uncomfortable is this idea of global Britain. And it's, strangely enough, that's what makes me feel more distant from Europe, is that idea that it's like an island that is sort of slowly floating away to this undefined destination, which is somewhere out there, but nobody quite knows what it is. So there's this reference to the British global empire without actually having looked into that and what this past actually means to the people who are here now. While also trying to promote the idea of global Britain that nobody quite knows what that's even supposed to mean, and what these connections are.
There you go. Gabriella, please.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, Marian. I'd found myself bristling at this idea of the global Britain, and it feels as if the whole idea of empire is being revived again in some very strange way. And I wonder whether the people that are talking like this have been outside this country, have been to India and Vietnam and appreciate how these countries are hugely developed. And this idea that the British can float around on some sailing ships and set up areas of commerce is so, it feels ridiculous to me and disturbing in its lack of insight, really.
What has struck me about it, there is this kind of Victoriana idea of, you know, the, as you put it so eloquently, kind of the sailing on to these trading posts in kind of India or Hong Kong or etc. And it is bizarre, and it kind of seems like a concept out of time. And I can only imagine that there's a level of kind of pragmatism that will eventually kind of rein that idea and maybe kind of distill it down into something that is slightly more palatable is the wrong word, but something that kind of ourselves outside of Britain can look at it and kind of is more understandable, can look at it and go, oh, that's what they mean. It's not just this lunatic idea, but it's yes, we get where they're coming from. What strikes me a little bit about this global Britain idea is that I never quite understand where that dividing line, because global Britain as a concept, you know, it's valuable. Britain has always been a strong voice in the international community, and I think it shall always continue to be. And I think leaning on that a little bit is very understandable when there's been this kind of shake-up. But geographically, historically, Britain can never escape its Europeanness. And I wonder how that break from the EU is separate from that break from Europe, and kind of can global Britain and being a European country outside of the EU can they still work closely together? Can Britain still see itself as a European country if it sees itself as a global country, if that makes sense? Because you know, again, kind of Irish culture having so many British threads in it. British culture is an important part of kind of when people think about Europe. There are some things in Britain that are kind of there at the heartland, you know. So I'll pop that.
Could you say what they are, Rory? Because I always struggle with that, knowing what these British things are.
When you put me on the spot, I kind of would struggle a little bit, but I would always see kind of those British cultural icons as not necessarily just British cultural kind of icons. So if you think about the idea of the monarchy, to me, monarchy is a European experience rather than just a British experience. If you talk to me about, so kind of there are bits about the British music scene that is kind of hegemonic across kind of Europe to a certain extent. Like everyone will know who the Beatles are, everyone will know who kind of things, and so they inform kind of musical developments in other different countries, not just the UK, you can't really silo those things off. So there are kind of moments like that that are, while they're culturally British, they're also support different kind of European ideals and kind of Europeanness things.
I just noticed that we're using very different labels after geographical labels after our names, even though we're actually in a very small part of the world. And so maybe that's part of that identity crisis, that we don't even know like where we are. Like, are we in the United Kingdom? Are we in England? You know, are we on the British Isles? Are we in Great Britain? Hi, Nina. Welcome back. It's good to have you. So I wanted to go back to one of the themes that Gabriela raised earlier, which is the idea of commemoration and looking into one's past. And so the reason why I'm so uncomfortable with the idea that Germany could be an example for this is also because it's so ritualized. You know, remembering the Holocaust has become so ritualized and so detached from today's realities. And I think when we're thinking history as a joint project with social change, as the session title, then that history, that kind of commemoration would have to be very different, and it would always have to make that connection today. So, for example, there is a Jewish population in Germany today, and often we now get the impression that the way how the Holocaust is remembered, that's not their shared history. Because, you know, many of them came from Russia, so they are actually, you know, they are on the liberating side of that history. They don't see themselves as victims. That's just one example. And so with Britain, I would love to hear from other people, or also from anyone really, like what kind of commemoration of history you would find most useful in order to achieve social change. Like I personally think that including the descendants of formerly victimized people is absolutely crucial in that process. But I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I think it's easier to say what I don't like to see and what I feel very uncomfortable about. The Remembrance Parade is something that I've always struggled with, and I find it very difficult to know why. But there is a bit of glorification, and there's never any forgetting about who the victors were. So I find that a very uncomfortable experience. So I wouldn't want. I can only really say what I don't like. I haven't really thought about what I would like to see. But I think you're right about social change. And we saw that a bit with the riots in Bristol and the toppling of the statue there, that sort of commemoration was no longer acceptable, and we have to do better than that.
I'm not as competent as you in this case, and it's very interesting for me to hear and understand your personal views on this topic. But as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, Germany today this year is celebrating 1,700 history of the. I'm not sure about that, but about the friendship with the people from the Israel and their culture, and they have different activities to celebrate the days. And for example, they've been broadcasted several documentaries about the cultural heritage of the people from Jerusalem have left and have influenced the German culture. And when we're talking about the victimization, this is very important, not only victimize, but appreciate and understand their own culture, because they are not only victims. They are the, not only, I'm not talking about the people from Jerusalem or, for example, victims of the Second World War, but they are the people with their own histories, and we have to remember their own histories, why they are significant. They are not only victims. This is what I wanted just to add.
Yeah, I just want to say I completely agree with that it's so easy to engage with history in a way that victimizes people, and that can be very painful for others, and replicate a trauma that actually has taken place in the past. And it's very important to also foreground positive histories, and they don't have to be patriotic or nationalist. They can just be very joyful, positive aspects of history, and that's really important to do that as well, especially when it comes to colonial history, because otherwise it's so colonial to only talk about that part of Europe's past. Why not just ask people who immigrated how they would like to represent whatever they think is important about their own historical past?
I think it's a really interesting question on who writes the histories, and even within like my lifespan, I think we are observing how histories are rewritten, and how other people and other members of society, also such as women, are part of rewriting history. And I think it's really fascinating and yeah, good to observe that we are more open maybe to let those other voices also speak and be heard. As for the women, for example, I mean, because I'm dealing a lot with artists, and just the fact that often they didn't have the time or the luxury of expressing themselves or sitting down and writing, etc. And that this means that for a long time their voice wasn't heard. Or also suddenly I became aware that a lot of the big books and literature that I'm reading are all male, actually, and that the canon doesn't give you many, even to me as a woman, they don't give me many women to read. And I find this is changing in recent years, and I welcome this. So to your question, Miriam, I think it's really the question of who writes these histories, and can also younger people write their histories, and can it be, again, coming back to your picture of the messy Europe, can it also be more messy, and can it like have different layers and aspects and be more like a mosaic that comes together?
So the issue Catherine has raised in terms of the women involvement into the processes and creation of the history is really very important. For us, we are very proud Georgians that we've been the country which had the king. We haven't called her queen, we called her King Tamar, and she was the king in the 12th century. So it was the really brilliant part of our Georgian history. And unfortunately, the trend is different today, and the modern society is trying hard to reshape the tendencies. But the history which we've been taught is telling us different, that we had a king, king in the 12th century. But today it's a little bit different. And yes, the participation of the woman in the creation of the history in the modern days is not active, and we really have to work together to guarantee or create the environment for them to expose themselves and to find themselves, because our country, Georgia, is a very traditional country. We respect traditions, and we are Orthodox country, and traditions and religious views are very strong in our country. But in another hand, we have very powerful women who are dedicated to make some changes. So thank you for raising this question.
I think there's a few different kind of bits that kind of come together for me a little bit. One is kind of the idea of how does one kind of reckon with one's history, and kind of, we mentioned a little bit about colonial history, but there's also kind of other traumatic histories a nation might have, such as kind of abuse by the church in Ireland, and that's kind of something that kind of we're slowly coming to terms with. And obviously, as much like Nina said, for Georgia, we're a traditional country, but obviously that develops. But also in Ireland, it maybe draws to Catherine's point of kind of women maybe coming to the forefront of driving how this history is viewed. So kind of one of the most notable historians in Ireland working on this issue is a woman called Catherine Corliss, who has done some heavy research around how infants were treated in mother and baby homes in Ireland, and kind of bringing the idea of how these women and how their children were treated in a kind of incredibly vicious and cruel way is kind of given that more prominence, because she's a woman whose kind of findings on this were ignored and kind of put aside for a while. And then as she kind of kept waving proof at people saying, no, this happened, this is important, she managed to shape our understanding of kind of that part of our history. And I think it's a kind of a really poignant way for us to begin dealing with that part of our own history, and kind of now we're working on how to commemorate that and kind of how to do it in a way that kind of values all the voices involved from the women that were there. So I think kind of it's that sort of kind of understanding that part of history and that part of our culture, again, kind of will shape Ireland a little bit in the future and shape a kind of cultural change here to bring it back.
That makes me think how fast we have to write and commemorate histories in order to include the voices of the people who were actually around when these things happened. I think that's a really good example, because we tend to sort of let things pass and then look at it later on. I know I'm supposed to leave my expertise at home, but it's really hard right now with this topic. But yeah, so I mean, in a way, we are all historical sources that are walking around right now. And so it's also tempting to just always look at things that have long past, but maybe it would also be interesting to see the present as a potential historical subject and think a little bit more about, okay, everything we're experiencing right now is potential history, and how can each of us make sure or get a position or position herself or himself, themselves, towards what's happening around us in the light of this becoming history one day. So some of you mentioned Bristol earlier, and Bristol is a story of resistance. And so what can we do? So, I mean, journalists obviously play a huge role here, because they're writing all this stuff up and it's printed in newspapers. So we talking about it with our families, we tweeting about it. Like, what role do we play as people who are reproducing knowledge about what's happening around us for things that will be future history. And I think it will have a huge impact on social change. The way how we perceive it now, if we look through it, if we look through that lens.
I'd just like to make a short comment on the Miriam's passage, that it's wonderful what you have said, that we are now the sources of the history. And the main point is to understand and acknowledge that the history is not made somewhere else, somewhere there. We are the part of the history, and that we are creating our tomorrow today. So this is very important. And in terms of understanding that we are the source who is making history today, is very important to acknowledge that now we are making the media content. Today we are not, we don't need anymore the special equipment, big TV stations to prepare some sort of content and to broadcast it. This, what we are doing now, is already itself the content which has the very important role somewhere, maybe not for everybody, but for somebody for sure. So it is really very important to receive the source, what is given by the modern technology, and at the same time to understand the importance of our responsibility. And combining these two aspects, we could probably bring some important changes. But on the first step, we really have to understand that we are the one who is making history and not somebody else.
Well, I would like to just comment on what Miriam has said as well, and say that it makes me feel very optimistic that there is something that can be done now, and that my experience is valid, and that it is a useful thing to do, to express that in writing, and to try and get small pieces published about thoughts and experiences and observations, and yes, so thank you. That's a nice optimistic thought to have.
I also think it's a very crucial role to play, and I don't know if you heard about it, but in the beginning of the lockdown, the BBC started to record experiences of families right now in lockdown, and they actually did it in order to bring it into the archives of how people lived through the lockdown. And it was one of those moments where I really noticed that we are in a historic moment, and it's kind of recorded on the go. And it helped me also in that moment that it also creates kind of like a role in a not a distance in a bad way, in a good way. It's kind of like an observation then that we're all also making, and we're all part of it together. Or you also mentioned Bristol and the Black Lives Movement last year. I think it was a similar moment where we really felt that history is being shaped. So there is, it again, I'm coming back also to the point that it makes us aware of our role as citizens and what we can contribute, and that we're always part of it, and that we also shape it together.
What really worries me right now on that point, though, is that there seem to be ideas out there that suggest that certain positions are neutral and others diverge from that neutrality. And I think we sort of at a breaking point where either we figure that out or we don't. And either we understand that there isn't such thing as a neutral position on anything right now. There isn't neutral history. It's never been neutral history all the way through. So this adding to that history is not sort of distorting history. It's just sort of rectifying a historical past that's never been neutral in the first place. And I feel this whole discussion on cancel culture and free speech, etc., there's this fundamental misunderstanding that there is such a thing as neutrality in it, and that people currently have difficulties to see that there's so many voices that are still left out and that are still marginalized, and there is a danger to, you know, whitewash even what's happening right now, even pandemic experience, etc., to not make that a pluralistic global history of different multiple experiences, but to whitewash that history again. And so I think we really need to get it right this time. But first, we need to get rid of the idea that things have been objective and neutral, and that there's sort of a center where things are neutral. And I'm not sure what other people think about that, and I'm not even sure what to do about it. So I'd love to hear your thoughts if you have any.
I just spoke, but I would respond. It's something that also I think we're all observing this. It's really like a culture war that is going on. And I guess it's really about I mean, there is only a certain space for those histories to be written and the discourse that is being led. And it's a matter of participation and who gets to speak and who gets to be heard. I think we just have to endure that. I mean, ideally, it's a conversation and not a war and not a fight. We have to endure it and keep on going. But what I suffer from is that I'm observing these like more and more divides and more lines that are being drawn. I think we also really have to learn to listen to each other, and maybe that's also why I'm here in the room, because it might not be always like pleasant, and it's something we have to, you know, endure in some cases. But I think it's really important to do that, and to not allow these constant borders to be drawn, and also not allowing it to be this kind of unpleasant fight that we are currently seeing. So yeah, it worries me too. But I'm hoping that we will find a way. Yeah.
This is kind of just only maybe to support that that idea that you talk about, Miriam, of there is no neutrality when it comes to kind of these sort of things, and kind of how history is developed always comes from a point of view, and kind of that really needs to be kind of facilitated and kind of understood when people are observing these things. And I think I agree with you completely that it's so crucial to understand that, and I suppose brace oneself against that, so that kind of we are maybe ready to hear these kind of views that may make us feel kind of uncomfortable or awkward, or just kind of that may kind of jar against our own worldview. But I think kind of as an extension further to that what you were saying, Catherine, there's almost that idea of an absolutism, that kind of it has to be this, it can't be that. And kind of I like the idea that everything coming from, there is no neutrality, but there must be nuance, there must be kind of those gray areas that are important, and there must be kind of people who are willing to kind of help step in and kind of facilitate the discussion of those gray areas, and kind of how we kind of frame these conversations, because otherwise, as you say, it's a difficult, toxic, awful kind of conversation to have. And if we're uncomfortable having these conversations, then we're less likely to have these conversations.
I agree, and I wish that more people would sense that adding something doesn't necessarily take something away from them. So be it power, I mean, many people are in positions of power, and it costs them, next to nothing to share their platform, share their space with others who don't have that kind of voice. And it's the same with history. Just adding more complexities to histories doesn't mean that this other thing didn't happen as well. Yeah, leave it here.
I would like to add a small comment about the neutrality and have an ability to listen and understand each other. I completely agree with Catherine that I have a feeling lately that the understanding and listening to each other became more and more difficult for the modern society. And the very visible effect of that is the polarization we're observing in the modern society. And I've been thinking about that, and I have a feeling that people are not looking anymore for the truth or for the facts or for the history itself, but people are looking for the justification for their own thoughts. So when the person is not oriented, or the society is not oriented to understand the core, and they are only trying to find the justification for their taste or for the tendency, it leads to us to the polarization, and not hearing each other is really something what divides us. This is what I wanted to say.
Do you think that is because of social media? Do people think that's what it is? And the anonymity of social media makes it very easy to pursue a position without justification, without any responsibility.
Oh, can I?
Sure, go.
I'm sorry, I just automatically jumped in. Maybe in the social media is the one part of the reasons. Maybe it could be one reason. But another thing is that we have to have the media literacy. This is not only fancy word. This is something we have to have inside. And being critical minded and being having a media literacy will allow us not only to differentiate something what we are reading in the social media or what we are hearing from the TV, classical TV stations. It can lead us to the different analysis, which is very important, not being the superficial. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree completely. Media literacy it's that important kind of part that maybe hasn't kept up with media trends. As I say, kind of people have been media literate when it was newspapers and television, and kind of as it evolves, we haven't necessarily evolved with it. I think from my perspective, Gabriella, yes, 100% it's social media, but there's nuances there that are maybe worth considering. It's the idea that it is not just the anonymity, but it is the democratization of communication, that everyone is talking on the same level, but also the connectivity that kind of it facilitates, that these networks are available to people that haven't been there before. And the idea of feeling included is a huge driver for people. You can kind of hinge your identity and kind of hinge your sense of inclusion around everything. And if that becomes a specific viewpoint in the world, then that's what you're going to kind of build your content around. That's what you're going to focus on. and with that, kind of people shift towards little nodes, and there's less of a grey space between those nodes. There's just, as I say, that absolutism. And so I think that idea of how people build kind of their identity online is maybe equally as important as kind of, if we understand that as much as we understand kind of media literacy with the online world, we can kind of begin to understand a little bit on how to push back about that kind of, it's more of an open space rather than kind of little limited spaces where kind of voices support each other.
I will just add some very small sentence. The modern technologies is not something we can reverse, or we have to face the reality. And this is something what democracy brings, maybe technology development, but this is something we have to face, and we have to be able to deal with that. And yes, the media literacy is the way out. There could be something, but I'm not sure if there is anything. So yes.
I understand that it is now being taught in schools here. I don't have any school-age children, but I hear about it. I wonder whether the same is happening in Georgia, Nina.
So media literacy is something new for us, as probably for the many post-Soviet countries. You know, that Georgia is the post-Soviet country, and we're still fighting with the historical heritage from this period. But I'm not too into politics now. I'm just trying to say that we acknowledge that this is something very important, but we are not doing it yet in the schools. There are some institutions which decided to be a leader in this process, but we are still lacking it. And the non-governmental organizations are more effective in this direction than some governmental institutions yet, because this is something new for us. And society is trying to catch up with that and to came up with different media tools in order to develop the media literacy skills in the youngsters. And you know that the media literacy is not something that elder generation is suffering. The youngsters are suffering as well because they are more engaged with the digital equipment. So they are consuming very much information. So we have the same problem with the different generation, and we are trying to deal with that, but not very effective yet, unfortunately.
It was so interesting and also awful to see during the pandemic how people don't have internet access. And I think it's all, but at the same time, it's so easy to forget it all the time. Just how many children did not have access to laptops and to wireless, and to how many people in the global south do not have access to these seminars that we're conducting on Zoom. And just how wrong it is, the idea that we think that this is connecting us all. It's just so not true.
It's just interesting on that point, dealing with this housing project in Hastings for women over 50. The digital poverty is absolutely enormous. So many women don't have anything other than their phone. Hardly any woman that I'm dealing with has got a printer. So it's that has been an eye-opener to me as well. So there's digital poverty everywhere.
Which is also why it's important to remind ourselves just how inclusive and also exclusive this round of discussion is. that we sort of feel we're conducting a dialogue, and we might be exchanging arguments implicitly with people who don't agree, but in a way we are in the same boat, whereas many other people, they're just somewhere completely different.
I feel very, very delighted, because as a conclusion, and as I know that our discussion is going to be finished soon, I just want to say that thank you for your very important topics and you stressed during the dialogue. And for me, as the conclusion, I will finish this dialogue with the very important idea that listening to each other, this is something we are lacking in the modern society. The digital poverty Gabriela has mentioned is not something the modern world cannot deal with, because there are families which have the several gadgets, and just understanding and knowing that there is somewhere in the village somebody without the one digital source, we can easily share that. But not knowing that, we cannot do that. So listening and understanding each other's needs is really very important. And thank you for this wonderful dialogue, because you make me think about that once again. Thank you very much.
I think maybe Nina raises a good point about us being towards the end of our time. I think we're over a little bit. So maybe, do we want to do a quick sum up? Would that be valuable? Just kind of what we've taken away from this dialogue. I'll let someone else go first, perhaps. Or actually, no, I'll sail in perhaps, just because I'm talking. Frankly, I've loved this. This has been kind of enlightening, and I'm really delighted with how kind of a topic that was just thrown in has kind of traveled this really circuitous route from kind of, can there be any idea about a European culture, to how do we deal with kind of our own histories, to kind of how we interact online, and further on to digital poverty. I think that's just been, it's been a really nice flowing conversation, and it's left me with a lot to think about. And I think you all have been really generous with your perspectives. So thank you very much. I've enjoyed this so much.
Well, I have enjoyed it very much too, and it just reminds me the joy of meeting new people, which doesn't happen anymore. And particularly people with different perspectives who come from different countries, and yeah, I feel very, very enthusiastic about the future when we can do all this again in person. So, but thank you for today. It's been great. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, great to meet new and old people, and also really, really helpful to get that view on Europe from the edges of our continent, which made me realize just how that perhaps Germany really is the embodiment of Eurocentrism, in as much as we feel so much in the center of Europe that I find it really hard to put myself into the perspective of someone who is, also feels maybe just as connected to a different continent and to a different world sometimes. And therefore, definitely the plea, I think, has come across about the messiness and also about the neutrality. And just want to say, if you think you're neutral, it probably means that you aren't. And if you're silent because you think when you're silent, you're neutral, I mean, not you, but all of us, it means that we subscribe to something that is taking place right now. But if that thing that's taking place right now is not right, it's also not right to stay silent. And then, because it means then that you're not neutral.
Thank you very much. I also just want to thank you for the good conversation. I also even enjoyed the little quiet moments, because it was kind of small moments of breathing in, and it's it feels also like in a nice way personal to speak to each other. So it has a, you're right, Rory, we touched a lot of ground, but we also, I think each one of you had a really nice presence somehow. You can feel each other almost. That's a nice digital experience that you don't always have. I just wish we could have a coffee together or something now. But so yeah, thank you very much for all your thoughts and for sharing them. I feel very enriched.
I don't know what the process is now. Do we wait for Pedro to finish us up, or
I can
we
see
just
in the
hang
chat that
out?
yeah, I
He's
think they're having
there.
a
Hi, Pedro.
Oh, there they are.
Ah,
There they
we
were.
are. There they were.
But he said he has a server issue or something. So I think we're free to leave, actually.
Okay. God, this has been so less exhausting than Zoom calls and Zoom meetings exhaust me, but this has been lovely. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. It's
So,
interesting that you can create this other space in the digital space.
Yeah, I think you're right. The silences definitely help that a lot. It's a great way to end a Friday.
It made me wonder if the instructions they send around, whether those are the instructions we should just take to all our work conferences.
Oh, 100%. I'm organizing stuff at the moment.
It's the instructions that made the difference. The focus,
yeah,
focusing. What
yeah,
to say.
yeah. I guess, can we just click leave? I don't know how to do this and not be rude.
We could just close the window, browser window.
I hope it will be edited in the end, because this beginning and the end is something probably is not interesting for the viewers.
Yeah. So there is Pedro. He's here too.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Sure,
I texted something to Pedro about the editing in the beginning.
Yeah. And he responded also.
I think he saw that.
But I cannot see the response. Oh, here he is.
Now it's solved. I was having some real issues in the background here because your whole images disappeared, and I've been here talking to the technical support, trying to figure out, and now I can see you again. Everything was just loading, but everything was going to YouTube correctly. I just had some moments of craziness here, but everything is back and working. No, I noted your comment, Nina, and we will take that part away because it's not entirely correct, and no worries, that will be edited out.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Super, thanks so much. I'll need to let the other people in now. Thanks so much. And I would just share with you here in the chat a survey that we have. If you have the time, there are 3 small questions. And tomorrow at 3:15 p.m. CET, there is also open room. If you want to meet other participants, you can join us. Here's the link. We will send those per email as well. So the survey is the second one. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
That's right.
All right. Hey, Neil.
Hello, Pedro.
Hey, Maya. Hey, Ray. Hey, Kata. Hey, Vasilki. Oh, I just had some crazy moments now. The whole app was crashing here and I couldn't know what was going on. And I was like, trying to fix, but I'm very glad that it's all back.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Nope.
Right. Super. So, Ray, can you speak something just that I'm double check that your microphone is also working?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. I think I heard Kata, Vasiliki. Can you just say a word?
Yes. Hello.
Perfect. And Maya.
Hello, everyone.
Perfect. Everybody is working. So yeah, welcome here, and I'm really glad to have you all there. This conversation will be about collective social impact, and the facilitator will be Neil. This conversation goes for 60 minutes, and I would like to just ask you just to mute yourself when you're not speaking so that the sound is optimized for everybody. And you probably are familiar with this idea of the talking stick that we give to pass the word. And I'm sure that also Neil can remind you of all the other dialogues um, um, guidelines, which are super simple. And yes, I will come at the end just to say bye after Neil has closed it. Also, I have this private chat here that if there's anything, we can talk to each other meanwhile, but that shouldn't be the necessary case. And yes, thank you so much. I'm glad to have you there. And with no further ado, I would just pass the word to Neil and put myself into the background.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you so much. So welcome. I was just listening in at the end, like probably all of you. So it was very nice to grab that ending energy from the last conversation and see that they had a good time, and I hope we also have a good time amongst each other. So welcome. My name is Neil, and today I've been invited into this role of being the facilitator or the guardian, they call it. And Pedro already just did it, so I feel it's a little bit redundant, but they asked that I share this, so I'm just gonna share my screen quickly. And I think I shared this, right? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
I cannot see you.
Oh,
yeah,
now.
Not yet. Oh, yeah. So just quickly, before we move into the conversation, there are this. I love this idea of rituals. They call them rituals here in the hosting team, and I love them. I love the idea of rituals because humanity is built on rituals, and so the rituals we will be using are the listening piece. They call it the talking piece, but it's this idea that anytime anyone wants to speak, there's gonna be this piece in the middle, and we can just virtually grab it and hold something in our hand. And so the person holding the piece will be the person which is honored and to be listened to, has the honor to be listened to. The second is the 3 principles, the second ritual, and which are to be brief and precise during our interactions, to speak from the heart as much as we can, and to listen as you would like to be heard. So I think that's just that. And can you, I don't know, could you see my face while I was sharing screen? Oh, nice. Yeah. So welcome. Today we have a seed topic that apparently is the result of the matching process between us. So apparently we, like in our surveys that we feel to participate in this, there was this concepts, right? In our survey, the concept of collective, the concept of social and impact. And I've been pondering how to see this topic in a way that really provokes us, that really invites us to go a little bit deeper than what we might just start talking about if we just speak from what we think about collective social impact, right? And for that, I wanted to start with a little surprise for you. And you need to know that one of the things that I love the most in the world is music. So I would love to start just with a little bit of music, and I will tell the story of this song once I'm done. So this is a little song for you. Tanca els ulls, no sumis la boira a la nit. Un desig, un neguit, com si res, com si tot ho fos. Com si tot ho fos. Tanca els ulls i somia dins l'horitzó. Trobarem una clau i a la lluna mirem tots dos. Quan el vent s'endugui les paraules i els contaires vinguin amb la pluja, somiarem plegats quan sigui l'hora i els secrets s'escampi com la neu i el vent ens cridi. Però ara dorm, desferma el son mentre t'espiï. Però ara dorm, desferma el son mentre t'espiï. So, you might be thinking, why is he starting with a song? Why this song? This song is a song that my dad wrote when I was born. And so I'm the third son. And he has written a song for each one of the sons, and this was my song. And the reason I'm sharing this song in the context of our conversation of collective social impact is because the way the approach I would like to invite us all into is the approach of how our context and the way we've been brought up influence the way we look at social impact and the way we even look into this topic, collective social impact. And because the invitation was that I should be provocative and creative, that's what came out. And I actually would love us to start with a check-in. And the check-in is just a moment where we all just go around the circle and answer to a little prompt. And the prompt that I come with today is, what's your name? And what is the story and how the name came to be? And just one disclaimer, I think it's normally at check-ins, people go into credentials. And I think that's very important that we all share what do we work on and who we are. And I'm going to invite this in the end, in the checkout, if that's all right with you all. So we might just meet as regular people at the beginning, as we are. So what's your name and what's the story on how it came to be? And if it's okay, I can start. And my story is that my name is Neil, and as I said, I'm the third son, and my whole family had to come together for deciding what would be my name. My two brothers are 10 and 13 years older. So they all came together and they look at these name books, and it was like names saints. And so they just flipped pages, and they were like 360 pages. So they actually had to go all the way until the 26th of September to agree on a name. So I would say my name is the result of the consensus in my family. And I'm gonna put the talking piece in the center, and whoever wants to pick it, and we go around.
Okay. I have not started to tell you about my name because it's simply the name of my grandmother. It's the tradition in Greece. We give the name of the parents. It's not. It's like this. But Vasiliki, it's name Basilic. You know, Basilic. It's something from Basilic. It's like that. Okay.
I have a little bit similar situation as Vasiliki, because also I have the name after my grandma, but it was an accident because all the time my parents waited a boy. So they find the name of the boy, but when I came, they just realized that I am a girl. So they was shocked, and suddenly my father jumped in and said that he would like to give the name of his mother. And my mom said that no way.
that it cannot work. She doesn't want to have my grandma doubled. So my grandma has the name Katalin, and she told that she can agree when they will use the shorter name. So I am Kata officially. So this is the story of my name. Thanks.
We cannot hear you.
I'm Ray. I think my name was very simply chosen that I was born on the feast of Saint Raymond, and my brother was born on the feast of Peter and Paul. He's called Paul. So I think it was a simple way of choosing a name. So that's the story of my name.
So I have a 4 years older sister whose favorite cartoon at the time was Maya the Bee, the German cartoon. I don't know if you know the story. It's this bee that always goes and lands in trouble, basically. And my parents gave my 4-year-old sister the privilege of naming me. And in retrospective, I got lucky because if her favorite cartoon was Smurfs, my name would be Smurfette. So I'm okay with Maya.
So I take the piece again. Thank you so much. So the angle that I would love to invite into this conversation and the question, the seed question, it's related to this. Like, we all have such different contexts in where we were raised and brought up, and lots of times the way that impacts highly on how we go about in our lives. At least everywhere I look around me, that's how it goes. And so I thought that would be something that we actually share. It's like a story, and a story of how we came to be, how collective social input became something relevant for our lives, or one of these 3 words at least. And so the seed question that I would like to invite for this conversation is the following. How did your parents' ways of raising you influence the way you are now approaching collective social impact? I'm gonna put the question in the chat as well. And just reminder to be brief and precise, and what were the other 2? To speak from the heart, to listen as we like to be heard.
If that's okay, I would just like to say that I'm not sure what collective social impact is. So when I saw that I was put in this group, I was like, oh, interesting, I'll learn something, because this is not something I know anything about. So if that's okay, I'm just kind of announcing that I will probably be listening more than I will be talking. Thank you.
Yeah, my parents were poor when they grew up. By any standard, they would be seen to be poor. What developed, although I would not have had the same hardships, what developed was compassion, and that old idea of loving the poor and equality. I mean, there are great downsides to being poor, but one of the great upsides is an orientation towards compassion. And I think that no matter how difficult people's circumstances were, we were always encouraged to identify with them rather than to be the defense attorney, not the prosecuting attorney.
I think I was very lucky because my parents give us a lot of freedom, to me, to my brother, and I was lucky because my mother, she's a designer, so I saw the whole procedure, how product is making in the artistic way. So and
I am working as a puppet artist, so it was very important for me, I think, how I could realize, or how I could follow her, and not, of course, not in the way how she thought, in my own way, but through my performances, I also would like to talk about topics, what is connecting of the society. So if we mean that social impact is something connected with it, in this case, this is my answer. If there is something other meanings, then this answer will be not fulfill the question.
Excuse me. For me, I would say I have known the solidarity since the childhood, because it was a part of my family's daily life, and it was also omnipresent in our neighborhood and in our culture. And unfortunately, nowadays, it has almost disappeared in Greece. It's not the same thing like when I was a child.
I think the way my parents raised me, like my dad, as I said, it's well, I didn't say it. He's an artist and he's a theater director, and my mom, she was an educator. She was a teacher, and but at the same time, I come from a background of somehow they were, when I was born, they were middle class, but I would say that from my dad's line, it was quite bourgeois like a family. It's quite a wealthy kind of culturally like very culturally stimulated. So I think I was raised in a context where I had very mixed input, where like wealth and comfort was one, and in a way, and the other one, this strong pull to do things for society. And over the years, I've just realized that there is almost like a feeling of guilt. It's like I need to do to the world because you should be doing, because otherwise you should feel guilty. And when I look at the question, for me, it's also not clear what collective social impact means. I mean, that's why I chose this line of approach that is much just, it connects to the people, to us, to each individual. And so the way I approach it now, it's very much on in this journey of how can I look at the things that I do in the world, moving away from the guilt and yet still being very fully active in socially with what I do. That's the first thing that comes now.
I am in a very strange situation, because when I get this letter and I saw this solidarity word, immediately I jumped in, because I thought that I have to be involved, because I am a teacher in the University of Theatre and Film Arts in Budapest, and now we have a very delicate topic, because the new leadership was put through politically on our head. They take the whole university, and now we are, as teachers, we're trying to save the students, and we make some kind of emergency exit programs to them. So in the last few months, I have this topic every day in my life, and I am really deep in it.
And this is what my children is seeing all the days. I am sitting in Zooms and I am talking with different universities in different parts of the Europe, and I'm trying to have the connect with them, and I'm trying to save the students' diploma work. So I thought that somehow, I mean, what does it mean having this kind of job or this kind of duty? As you said, it is nothing. What I understood, it is nothing what you can force, or it is coming to you. I mean, I never thought that I will have to join in this kind of project, and I have to be one of this kind of leaders who has to take care of more than 300 students and more than 150 teachers, and somehow just trying to show another alternative way, what is not connected the political era. And of course it is not clear because everything is connected with politicians, but somehow I get to feel, and this is why I agreed with this invitation, because I really have to say that the impact what I get from these universities and from the people and the solidarity, what we all every day we have some kind of written text, we have some kind of calls, or we have some kind of other achievement what someone offered to us, because really it is very important for other people. So it is working and it is still here. The thing is that we are, unfortunately, I think because of the pandemic and we are very close and closed in ourselves, and we just don't have to enough platform on ourselves to see or to connect this kind of projects or this kind of lines. But another way, I have to say that it is still existent, especially in Europe. I see this kind of waves, and it's getting growing and growing.
I think solidarity is the human hope for the future. Huh? No?
Yeah, I wondered what was meant by collective social impact, but if you try to define it, I suppose it involves a group or groups, and working together to cooperatively to improve the social conditions or the living conditions of everybody. Therefore, you're dealing with the age-old problem of how to get people to cooperate and how to get people to agree. And people come, just as we do, to the conversation from very different backgrounds, points of view, beliefs, and value systems. So what is it that will attract agreement? And often it's values. Some people feel that the poor are to blame for their condition, or that people who are struggling should just get tougher and struggle better. This is a very common point of view. There are those that think that love is far more important than power, that it's a stronger power in a way. And I think, for me, the idea of loving people unconditionally is the most attractive idea in the world, and it takes courage to express it and to try and live by it.
I really love the way you are, the thoughts that you are bringing now, Ray, and what they are connecting me to. It's like how you're saying something, or I'm listening, I'm hearing. Like, how do we get people to agree and to come together and to work together and towards bettering society, and in a way that's what I was also hearing in Kata. It's like how now she's working towards bettering the situation of her students. And the two thoughts that came to me now are, one is what's the role of autonomy, and autonomy meaning the capacity individuals have to take to stand up for themselves, and how to foster that, how to create the context so that can happen. And then I also was thinking on the idea of what decision-making processes support this kind of forward movement. And we know very well democratic decision processes or majority-minority decision processes. We also know consensual decision process, but maybe we don't know so much about consentment or other decision-making processes that might be worth including into our day-to-day lives and practices. So those are thoughts that are coming up as you spoke and as you have been speaking.
Kata, go ahead. Yeah, I hope not to inject a dose of negativity now into the conversation, but for me, collective social impact, and then connected to Neil's question on how your parents raised you in that particular regard. I mean, I grew up in Yugoslavia, and the country no longer exists. So for me, collective social impact is not necessarily a concept that invites butterflies, rainbows, and all sorts of spicy, nice, sugary things. For me, collective social impact can be very destructive as well. And connecting to what Kata said, obviously I'm familiar with what you and your students are going through, and I've been asked by colleagues also to explain this situation, because people from the outside don't necessarily understand in general events in Hungary. And we've mentioned the word democracy. And I believe that for me also collective social impact, I connected to my childhood to the concept of communism as well, not necessarily to democracy. So to answer Neil's kind of question now with autonomy, how to foster autonomy in people and better type of decision making, the primary reason why I'm taking part in these dialogues is my primary concern is polarization. And the fact that we no longer see concepts of collective or together as relevant as who I am and what my group is. So this is just simply, yeah, a little bit from me.
Now I can continue what you started, and even I just would like to add something that what I realized in the last few months, it is not existing different parts or different, I mean, it is existing, of course, it is existing. But the problem is that collectivity, as how I understood before, this is a mass of people, or we can open this kind of point of view as well. What does it mean, collectivity? It is a mass of people who doesn't, or they don't have enough information, or they don't care, or they don't want to think about informations, or what does it mean, these informations. And after the decision making, for me, it was a very big question mark, because I don't say that left or right has the truth word, or I am right. Maybe I am wrong, or I made mistakes. But until no one will sit down in front of me and we cannot start to discuss, I cannot see another focus point. And when we can share this kind of focus points and we can see the relevant differences and common arguments, then after we can something developing, or we can find the same platform, or just a common place. But for me, what I saw, and I am very happy that because I see something different in the younger generation, that first they are searching this. They are searching another opinion, and they don't afraid to say or to confront with other people who has another meaning or idea or just another opinion. And what I saw, the more younger, my child has 8-9 years old, and they have a completely different way of being. They are so open, and they are discussing with everyone, and they are very interesting and curious about other people's meaning and point of view. So I am very, very happy that not this is our history or tradition, what we can offer to them. So first of all, I would like to ask, what is community in this case, or collectivity in this case? And another, I would like to give a big question mark to the decision. What does it mean, decision? To whom, or for what, or in which meanings? Thank you.
I think collectivity it's not only theories. It would be a reality, and the reality must start from us, because it's easy to I speak for myself. It's easy to say I want to be like this, and but it's very difficult to change. We are not in the mood of collectivity now. We must change ourselves first, our thoughts. It's easy to think about something, but to realize it it's not the same. I think I don't know. It's start for us, for our heart. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, they're difficult questions because they involve paradoxes. And people don't like paradoxes, or they like talking about them, but they don't like living in them. That's my experience, and I find it difficult as well. So I've never met anybody who works in the area of development, and I work in the arts as well, that doesn't sometimes or regularly find that the people they're trying to help will oppose them. So as genuine as you are in trying to help, you may be in fact causing a problem, or indeed it may be becoming a problem. So this is a paradox. You're confronted with this paradox. And then it's very important to celebrate difference. So you're different than me, and that's good. It's not automatically bad. You're different than me. And I think this idea, I think they call it othering, that will make others of people, is central. And the real problem is fear. People think the opposite of love is hate. The opposite of love is fear. And as somebody who experiences fear all the time, whether it's I'm nervous because I have to speak, or that this is fear, but which is going to win? Is it the fear that will take over and cause, safety behaviors? I know I'm Irish and you're not. I know I'm a man and you're not. These certainties, and certainties don't like paradoxes or contradictions. So it requires a kind of security that only the working on yourself that you referred to can deliver.
I'm really loving the way the places this is going. It's a weekend. So I work in I collaborate with a company. It's called Percolab, and they self-appoint themselves and as a horizontal organization, and they actually support other people going to horizontal with this idea of to do collective and to do social, we actually need to do horizontal, right? And then what I'm seeing is that a lot of people attracted to the company is people who are actually looking for community, which is a new identity to kind of ascribe to. It's like, I am part of the people who collaborate. I am part of the people who that. So, all right. So then I'm working closely with the founders and the people who are the members of the cooperative. And I'm seeing that when I work with them, they are actually highly individual, like highly individual people. So it's like each one of them develops the business however they want. Each one of them works with the kind of clients they want. And then they ask for help with each other. So there is a huge culture of invitation, of asking for help, or putting purpose in the middle of like, what's the purpose of this? Who fits this purpose? And then we just go along. And I'm seeing that in a lot of times when we speak about collective and social, there is like this kind of dilution that happens. And I'm actually wondering, how can we create highly individualized collective social impact? A place where people know themselves clearly, so they can really bring the best out, and they can live when it's not right for them to be there. So it's moving away from this idea of equality and moving more into this equity, where it's definitely not equal what we're going to do here. But we are going to feel an equity amongst us and justice amongst us, because there's going to be the dialogue for that justice to emerge. And it's going to be just the justice that lasts a moment. And next moment it would seem unjust maybe. But that's the beauty of it. It's just highly complex and highly in movement. So that's what I'm just feeling in the conversation in a way. This kind of wish for highly individualized and highly collectively driven in a way.
Sorry, I was just mulling over what you said, and I don't necessarily see a contradiction between highly individualized and collectively driven. I think because I don't necessarily see the two as mutually exclusive or impossible. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
So maybe just the question that I would launch into the center is like, what are the paradoxes that we see and that we observe? And I think it's very relevant to also name them and see which ones might be paradoxes for me, but might not be for someone else. So what are paradoxes that we are experiencing in the world of collective social impact?
I think that the dominant, I was going to say the word religion, but the dominant view is that the individual is more important than the collective. So the individual freedom is more important than anything. And this is a great thing in one way because we respect very much the freedom of the individual. Strangely, this has led to the opposite, where there are countries very definitely confining the freedom of the individual. And individuals also are finding it difficult to cope with that much freedom and are giving it up to follow, certain dogma. So that's the first paradox. It's what I think they call it the Antigone problem. I am an individual and I stand against the state. And the state says, but we have these laws. How do we function now? And it's beautifully done in that play because Creon, the state, loves Antigone as almost as his daughter. So I think if love is seen to be the dominant value, you have to say, well, you've got a problem, but can you love your way out of it? And I think what you see is fear and hatred very quickly. Where there's a problem, the way to resolve it is dominate the other side, rather than. I know I have to be precise, but I always felt at a Trump rally that it'd be very interesting to say to the Christians, "Don't you know that it says love your enemies?" So how are you going to resolve this problem?
May I share another side of this problems? It is that I think the dilemma it is in us. So in one way, we really need this kind of personality or individual point of view, or just somehow being other. But in the same time, we are thirsty of being in the community when we have to have the same roots. It doesn't matter which big this community is and which kind of stamps we are putting on it. But so I see this dilemma as that this personality and this needs to be involved in the community, or it makes sometimes the mess in the person, or it can give not so clear answer for the question why really connected to that group, or just because of the needs. And as we can see mostly in the teenagers, that they are really just hanging everywhere all the time together, and they have the same opinion, they have the same sentences and so on. But this is what we carry on later as well, of course, in the adult way, but this is the same. Yeah, thank you.
I think we are in a system now. We are living in a system, and it's very, very difficult to. We want to change, but it's the system is very strong, and sometimes I think how we can start something here I think there is we are starting something here in the platform, just ideas to be able to develop later. That I think, because I don't know if it's the same for you, but I have many things in my mind, but I can express them because it's too much. Okay.
I was thinking about some of the paradoxes as you were speaking there. One great paradox is that your only value is your economic value, and you have no other value. So, for example, if you're homeless, not only do you have no economic value, you're a drain on the economic value of others. And at the same time, society keeps trying to help the homeless. At least my society does, by providing. And I often want to stop everybody and say, why are you helping that homeless person? Because they are of no economic value and they're a drain. This is what some people sometimes feel. They say, but the real reason is they are doing it because it is collective social impact. Together as a society, Irish people will not tolerate the fact that people are sleeping out, that they're dying from sleeping out, that they have no homes, and they've stopped being the prosecuting attorney and saying it's that person's fault, they have this problem. They started saying, no, this is a person and they should live with dignity, and we will make this happen. Now, there's some point at which these agendas cross, where perhaps people should not be helped so much that they cannot help themselves. Perhaps people have to be helped, or they will not be able to help themselves, or they can't help themselves. So there's a point at which it crosses. And that point is a powerful point where the paradox starts to flow. Because there has to be realism and kindness. Kindness has to be realistic and unconditional. And this is where the discussions, when you're actually trying to implement a program, becomes where will you put your resources, for example? How will you go about it? How will you use your responsibility? That's where I think it gets difficult, and it moves outside of being an idealistic conversation and into something that you have to make work.
I'm seeing our time is coming towards the end, and I feel stretch in multiple directions. Like I feel I've entered the place of, and so I am very silent inside myself, and I'm seeing the silence outside. For me, it's like I am being stretched at the moment. I just want to say if there is anything to, in a couple of minutes, I would love to move into a checkout. And yeah, just to announce that.
I hope that the pandemic is going to get us to conversations like these once we are able to meet again. because I found that pre-pandemic, the pace of life did not necessarily invite conversations like these. I am a practitioner of Bohemian dialogue, so it's a different thing when you kind of gather a group of practitioners to get together and engage in dialogue. But I find that collective social impact, in order for it to take place, first needs to be born. And dialogue is the best place for it to be born, together through a shared understanding. So yeah, this is just my hope for the future. I'm hoping that we will have the chance to engage in dialogues more after the pandemic.
I also would like to add that thank you for this conversation, because first of all, I completely agree with Maya that somehow we have to keep the deepest level of the conversation. So not just talking about something, but really just, it would be nice to find the roots, or to find the meanings, or to find the arguments, and really understanding what is behind of the answers. And I would like to thank to Ray, because I have a big pack from you, what I have to understand and analyze in myself. Because yes, I would like to believe in this way that it is much more, the answers are much more easier than we think. Yes, maybe it is just only one word, and it is love, and it is not so. Really, it is not. I mean, it is a big deal, and of course, it is very hard in different situations to understand each other and to help, or just to feel another person or another situation. But sometimes the easiest answer is just much more making, not in this way. Maybe it can gives us a chance to really going in a better way for understanding each other first, and then we will see what it comes from this and what we can do with this result. So thank you.
So I said at the beginning I would just ask also in the closing if we could also share who we are just in few words, and maybe add a thought or a clarity or a question I'm living with. So who am I, and what's the thought, a clarity, or a question I'm living with?
Yeah, I'm Ray. I work for Dublin City Council as the City Arts Officer, and I'm about 10 years in the council, but I was 30 years and still am a theatre practitioner, both an actor and director. The question I'm living with is, how can I best be of service?
So yeah, I'm Maya, and currently most of my work is in the field of depolarization of communication. So I work as a consultant with a lot of different organizations, and also worldwide, mostly in post-conflict areas as well. The question I'm leaving with is, I would like to deconstruct a little bit Ray's question about love, simply because I feel that it might be a blind spot in how I'm approaching the world. So thank you for that.
I am retired, but I did many things in my life. I was French teacher, and I worked in the IT of a bank, and after that I study art history, and and now I learn to paint and write and many things. And I was volunteer to many organizations. And I don't. I want always change the world, but I was happy to be with you in this conversation, and I'm sad to leave now. Okay, thank you.
As I mentioned, I'm a puppeteer and I am a teacher now in Free SFA. And I am, my question is shorter, but I think it is, yeah, I will say just the question. What is the next?
And my name is Neil Roda. I am the manager of a publishing house, Children's Tales. We publish children's tales in Catalan Spanish. I'm also a board member of a philanthropic foundation here in Barcelona, and part of Percolab, this horizontal company that I was mentioning. And the question I'm living with is, how can I make more space in myself so I can be more at ease with uncertainty and complexity? Yeah. So thank you so much. I think now it's time for Pedro to show up and close us off. But thank you so much for holding this circle together.
Thank you, everyone.
It was fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.